did his BA and MA degree in political science from the University of Kerala with silver medal and gold medal respectively, and MPhil degree in politics and international studies from the Pondicherry University with gold medal. He took his doctoral degree in political science on the topic globalization, state and commodification of water, a study of Jalanidhi project in Kerala from the University of Kerala with UGC Junior Research Fellowship. Having a consistently brilliant academic record since his school days, he is having additional masters in public administration and sociology and a diploma in English journalism. He is the author of the book Water Governance in Kerala, published in 2015, and co-author of Higher Bureaucracy and Social Change, published in 2014, and he is the author of more than 30 research papers, edited volumes, and essays. He is the recipient of various national level scholarship, best paper presentation awards, and winner of many national level essay competitions. Today, we are blessed to listen to his expertise on the topic Right to Privacy in India, the Constitutional Conundrum. The session will be chaired by Reverend Father Nannam Premkumar. It's my honor to introduce Father Nannam Premkumar, a dedicated and visionary leader in the field of education with 20 years of experience in school leadership. Father Nannam Premkumar currently serves as the principal of St. Joseph's English Medium School, Puttanangadi, whose expertise and guidance will undoubtedly enrich our discussion. I request Reverend Father Nannam Premkumar to chair his session. Father?
Okay, so good morning to all.
Father, I request you to join.
Yes, so I'm here. So thanks you for the words of welcome, and also thank you for your good words. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So good morning to all. As we are in the second day of this International EEC conference, wherein we are going to discuss about various other facets of the topic. And now today we are privileged to have the resource person, Dr. Reinhard Philipp. And the topic that we are going to have today, the presentation is Right to Privacy in India, the Constitutional Conundrum. So we know that privacy has a long history and it is as old as humankind. It became a generally accepted right in the 19th or 20th century. No universal definition of privacy is there despite the several attempts to define the same. Even though the claim for privacy is universal, its forms differ according to the prevailing social characteristics, the economic and cultural environment. This is an important challenge when it comes to defining privacy. No explicit reference to privacy can be seen with regard to the Indian Constitution as well. So this paper, the Dr. Reinhard Philipp, who is going to present today, explores the concept of privacy in its strict legal context and traces its origin right from the United States. The implicit reference to privacy in Indian Constitution is also explored to understand the scope of enjoyment of such a right as a fundamental right. And also we do have the Supreme Court in 2007 landmark judgment. Justice Puttaswamy versus Union Government has clearly stated in its 9-bench judgment that right to privacy is intrinsic to the personal life and also personal liberty under the Article 21. Today we are here to listen to Dr. Reinhard Philipp, and he will take us with his expertise in his field to us in the various aspects of the right to privacy in India and the constitutional conundrum, which really sheds light upon the existing reality wherein there is a tussle between the right to privacy and the governments which they want to control our personal lives. So on behalf of all the gathered here, those who are watching online in the YouTube and also those who are actively participating here on this platform, I cordially once again welcome Dr. Reinhard Philipp to lead the session. So hearty welcome to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning, one and all. I think I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. See, we live in a global economy, and living in a global economy means global economic forces play a major role with respect to your life. And these global economic forces have penetrated deep into our culture, feelings, emotions, sentiments, sensations, making them objects of profit making. See, when a search engine uses audio recognition technology to process our voice commands, let it be for improving our shopping preference or for pushing ads to our web page, what happens is nothing other than eavesdropping on our telephone. So what happens here is unknowingly the individual is giving legal consent for what we call as eavesdropping. It comes in the form of what we call as I agree. So when you download an app, obviously you have to give consent for that. When you give consent, we are agreeing to the terms and conditions of that particular app. So in this age of technology, privacy has become something a luxury. So today, we are going to discuss the concept of luxury in its strict legal and constitutional sense. First, we will trace the history of privacy, how it evolved, especially when it comes to United States of America. Then, what are the international documents where you can see reference to privacy? Then finally, we will discuss the status of privacy in India. Implicitly, through examples, we will discuss the importance of privacy and its various dimensions. So, we will start with certain situations. We are not going to define privacy initially. Instead, I will give certain instances which will help you to understand what is privacy and how violation of privacy happens. Say, a person is placing hidden camera in someone's house to monitor the activities without their consent. You might have read news about this multiple times. Spy cameras being installed in washrooms, let it be of hospitals, educational institutions, hotels, restaurants, whatever it may be. We call it as intrusion upon seclusion or solitude. Seclusion means something what we call as right to be left alone. ഏകാന്തതയിലേക്കുള്ള കടന്നുകയറ്റം. Second situation, exposing a person's financial struggle in a public forum. One is telling that, okay, this particular fellow is facing multiple issues. So what happens is that no one will be ready to help him because he is not in a position to repay that. Then sharing personal photos of someone in a compromising situation without consent. Love breakups are something become common these days. So when there's a breakup, a person is sharing the photos of the other person in online platforms or social media platforms without the consent of that particular individual. We call it as public disclosure of embarrassing fact. Third situation, it happened in 2010 when an actress filed a petition in a court pleading that her still photo from a particular movie has been used for advertisement of a contraceptive. I'm not going to mention the name of the person involved in that. I think you'll be able to understand this. So, and she pleaded criminal breach of faith. That photo was taken for a particular movie, but the director of that particular movie sold that for an advertisement. So what happens here is publicity which places a person in false light in the public. മറ്റുള്ള വ്യക്തികളുടെ കണ്ണിൽ ഒരു വ്യക്തിയെക്കുറിച്ച് ഒരു മോശം ഇമേജ് ജനറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന രീതിയിലുള്ള വസ്തുതകൾ പുറത്തു കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നു. Fourth situation, the photo and voice of Amitabh Bachchan, no need to explain who is Anil Kapoor. They have been used by advertising people without their consent. We call it as appropriation of name and likeness. Amitabh Bachchan, Anil Kapoor, they went to the court and court settled the case in favor of Amitabh Bachchan and Anil Kapoor because no one can use their sound or photo. Or what they are doing is technically calling it appropriation of name and likeness. Very easy to understand the concept. Say Sachin and Boost. Imagine Boost is using the photo of Sachin Tendulkar without the consent of Sachin Tendulkar. Every mother in India wants their child to be as Sachin Tendulkar. So they obviously they will buy Boost. So you are appropriating the likeness of Sachin Tendulkar for advertising, for marketing your product. If it is with consent, no issue. If it is without consent, it is appropriation of name and likeness. Hope you are clear with these 4 situations. And my request is that let it be not an all India radio where I speak and you keep silence. If you have any dissent or if you doesn't find any clarity in what I say, that moment itself you can raise your objections. Feel free to do the same also. Are you clear with what we discussed till this particular point? Are you clear with the situations? Yes, okay. So now we are going to trace the history of privacy. Still, we are not going to define privacy. See, look, the concept of privacy has a long history and it is as old as human being or mankind. And privacy became a generally accepted right by the end of 19th and the beginning of the 20th century. And the idea of privacy comes from the difference between public and private. And the distinction comes from the natural need of an individual to make a distinction between himself and herself and the outside world. So when it comes to this cricket match or when it comes to football, you can see a line. And when it comes to this cricket match, if the bowler crosses that particular line, it will be called as a no ball. Same way, when it comes to our life, we often draw a particular line. Beyond that particular point, we don't want the interference of another individual. Let it be a physical line or let it be in your personal matter. And this line is applicable not only to human beings, it is applicable to animals also. For example, take the case of a cow elephant with a calf. If an individual or a third party reaches, say, within 300 meters, it will be considered as violation into that personal space of that particular animal. Obviously, it will charge. So, coming back to human beings, we want to make a distinction between a private sphere and a public sphere. And technically, we can call it as, say, one-hand distance. If someone violates that space, we are not interested in that. And there, keep in mind that the limit between public and private sphere differ according to a society. It differs according to years also. It differs according to era also. So an ongoing change can be seen throughout history with respect to what people consider as private. For example, say, take the case of a lift. There, 2 individuals may not have one-hand distance. The other person will be standing very close to you, but it will not be considered as violation of privacy. It is situational in nature. But say when you are in an open space, someone who is intruding into, say, one-hand distance, it will be considered as violation of privacy, even though it is a public space, because he is entering into your personal sphere. The line of distinction is crossed. Coming to social life, See, take the case of marriage. Initially, it was considered as a contract. So legally, it is a contract. But look at these days, it has become one of the most intimate decisions made by an individual. Even society doesn't have any right to ask why you are getting married, why you are marrying this particular individual, why you are conducting your marriage like this, because marriage is something intimate, private to an individual. So when it comes to ancient society, the life of an individual was controlled by the state as well as society. So during that time, the place for individual freedom and autonomy was very much limited. Same was the case with medieval society also. And what changed the situation was the appearance of cities. And during the 19th century, the new changes in economy and society led to the transformation in the way in which people live. And this led to new changes in the notion of privacy also. And physical and mental privacy began to get separated, and they started evolving in separate direction. And look at the case of urbanization. As part of urbanization, the population in cities started to grow. It led to physical loss of privacy because if you're living in a city, someone is very close to you. See, when it comes to rural areas, okay, one person might construct his house in 1 standard acre of land. But when it comes to a city, in that particular 1 standard acre of land, there will be more than say 50 to 20 houses. So the difference between your house and the very next house will be limited to say 1 feet or 1.5 feet, whatever determined by or decided by the town planning authority. From your sunshade, you can jump into that particular sunshade. So what happens is, here you can see physical loss of privacy. But even though you are losing your physical privacy, in cities, you are able to enjoy a new type of privacy. That is, individuals began to be seized to live under the always watching eyes of the village neighbors and the constant moral control set up by them. This you might be in a position to relate. See, if you are living in a rural areas, okay, there will be 1,000 eyes watching you. At what time you are going to college, at what time you are coming back. If you are not coming back returning in the usual bus, someone will be asking you why you are late. In actual sense, this is intrusion into the private life of an individual. So the village people will be in a position to understand where you are studying, where you are going, what you are doing, and they want to know this also. So you are under the constant watch of the neighbors who are coming to our house, at what time they are leaving. But take the case of a city, no one is bothered about. Even though your physical privacy is affected by the closeness of another individual, you have a moral freedom, or you are not under what we call as the moral eyes of someone else. Look, even though you are able to enjoy privacy in its new form in cities, a new threat emerged in the form of tabloid newspapers, which was a fertile ground for gossips and photojournalism. So, Samuel J. Warren and Louis Brandeis, they were the first persons to recognize the threat to privacy caused by technological and social developments. So they wrote an article that was published in Harvard Law Review in 1890. The article was titled "The Right to Privacy." It is from this article we are tracing the origin of privacy in its legal sense. So the argument of Warren and Brandeis is that as political, social, and economic changes occur in a society, law has to evolve and create new rights. So with the advancement in socio, political, economic life, law has to evolve because certain new rights are required for an individual. And these rights needs to be protected by the laws of the land. And right to privacy is one such right. See, how or what is the need for right to privacy? See, right from the very beginning, right to life and personal liberty and property is there. But law gave remedy only for physical interference with life and property. So right to life saved me only from battery and its various forms, physical assault. Liberty gave me freedom from actual restraint. And right to property secured my property, the tangible property. It protected my land and cattle. But look, as life advanced, property began to include intangible property also. Now we speak about copyright, industrial design. All these are the products of our intellect. That needs protection also. And as life advanced, right to life began to include right to enjoy life also. See, when we speak about right to life stated in Article 21 of Indian Constitution, we often say that right to life doesn't mean mere life. So right to life cannot be limited to animal life. Right to life means living a life of dignity. That's the reason why Supreme Court has expanded the scope of Article 21 in many cases. And now it includes a right against arbitrary arrest and detention, right against solitary confinement, right to pollution-free environment, right to water, right to good roads. So all those conditions which are essential for leading right to life comes under right to life. That needs to be protected. Initially, the situation was that right to life protected only your physical life. You are protected only from battery and its various forms. Right to enjoy life was not there. So civilization advanced, you need to include more rights, and right to privacy is one such right. And another development was the legal recognition of sensations. So with the recognition of legal value of sensations, two developments happened. One is protection against bodily injury was extended to prohibit mere attempts to do such injury also. It is little complicated there. So I will use in its simple form. പണ്ട് ഒരു വ്യക്തിയെ അടിച്ചെങ്കിൽ മാത്രമേ നമുക്ക് കേസ് കൊടുക്കാൻ കഴിയത്തുള്ളായിരുന്നു. ബട്ട് ഇന്നത്തെ നിയമം അനുസരിച്ച് എന്നെ ഒരാൾ മർദ്ദിക്കും, കൊല്ലും, ഭീഷണിപ്പെടുത്തുകയും that itself is a reason for filing a case. That is the first advancement. Second is, it led to the rise of a new set of laws related to slander and libel. See, slander and libel both are defamation. When it comes to libel, it is written. When it comes to slander, it is oral. See, the best example for that, this happens when it comes to mainly in rural areas. So obviously, when there is an inquiry about a particular person for marriage, someone will say that, I'm using it as a plain Malayalam. ഇവനൊക്കെ കല്യാണം കഴിച്ച് കൊടുക്കുന്നതിനെക്കാട്ടും ഭേദം ആ കൊച്ചിനെ ആറ്റിക്കൊണ്ട് കളയുന്നതല്ലേ. This is a simple example for slander and libel. So, similar to expansion in the field of right to life, there was expansion in the concept of property also. From corporeal property arose incorporeal rights. So, it opened up a wide realm of intangible property. So, the simple meaning is that we need to consider not only the physical aspects of life, liberty, and property. So, we need to include intangible items also. So, this development was inevitable. The intense intellectual and emotional life and the heightening of sensations came with the advancement of civilization, and it made very clear to men that only a part of pain and pleasure lives in the physical part. There are thoughts, emotions, sensations that demanded legal recognition. And that led to the rise of what is known as privacy. Now, we will discuss the US Bill of Rights that has an explicit reference to privacy. See, US Bill of Rights 1971 came in the form of amendments. We have 10 amendments. And you look at Amendment 1, it says that no soldier shall in times of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the author, nor in time of war, but in a manner prescribed by law. The simple meaning is that Even during times of war or peace, soldiers, army cannot be or they cannot enter any house without a particular specific warrant. Then comes Amendment 4. It speaks about a right of a person to secure. Listen carefully. Right of a person to secure in their persons. So person, part of privacy. House, part of privacy. Papers and effect. It means communication that we are doing. The diary that we are writing. All these are protected against unreasonable searches and seizure. So, if you look at Amendment 1 and Amendment 4, it works like this. Every house is considered as a castle. So, it's part of my privacy. Even if the state wants to enter my premises, there should be a particular warrant. I think there you can rely this particular system with what you can see with respect to movies here. The police is coming to search a house, and imagine a situation when it comes to United States, okay, they will ask for a warrant. Or in UK, if there is no warrant, they have to produce the warrant until and unless it is a specific situation like that. But look at the case of what happens here. In movies, it is clearly depicted. Okay, the head constable Kutanbilla will rise. Okay, do you want a warrant? Okay, the person is telling, I want a warrant. ഒറ്റ അടിയാൻ കൊടുക്കുന്നു, ഇനി വാറന്റ് വേണമെന്ന് ചോദിക്കുന്നു, no warrant is required. This is a situation. So when it comes to United States, the simple meaning is that you can't arrest a person when he or she is sleeping or taking food. So imagine a person, he's a culprit, a warrant is there. Even though a warrant is there, you cannot arrest a person when he is sleeping or taking food. Exceptions may be there, but normal situations, it's not possible because every house is a castle. He may be a criminal, accepted, but it is his private space. State doesn't have the right to enter there. Now, we are going to define what is privacy. Are you clear up to this particular point? Are you clear, or do you have any doubt up to this particular point? You can ask now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, there is no universal accepted definition to privacy. And this makes enjoyment of privacy something difficult also. Despite several attempts were there to define privacy, we don't have a universal definition for privacy. Even though the claim for privacy is universal, its forms differ according to prevailing social circumstances, characteristics, economic and cultural environments. And this is the most important challenge when it comes to defining privacy. See, look, when it comes to an Eastern society, our society, looking at an individual, we are looking at an individual, it may not be an issue in a public place. But see, when you look at, see, these are words just for the purpose of understanding. When you're looking at a individual, a black fellow, it will be considered as an offense. It will be considered as something against violation. So it will be considered as staring. So it happens. It differs according to society. And when it comes to Samuel Warren and Brandeis, they define privacy as the right to be left alone. Every individual has the right to be left alone. It means that there is a personal space for an individual. No one is permitted to enter that personal space without his or her permission. That area to be left alone is known as the privacy of an individual. But how we can understand which is the area that is left alone? It will be very difficult to say that. And this Warren and Brandeis, they suggested tort remedy for protection of privacy. Tort means tort is a wrongful action. It's a civil wrong that leads to violation of right of an individual. When there is such a violation, we have tort laws to enforce our rights, to ask for compensation. And initially, US Supreme Court, the Supreme Court of Georgia, accepted the concept of privacy in 1960 itself. But the issue is that you don't have a legal definition of privacy. Then, later, Dr. William, he developed 4 tort laws with regard to privacy. And this was published in the California Law Review Journal. And this tort will give us an idea about what is privacy. Now we are going to see what are that 4 torts. Same, right to privacy is granted and recognized by 4 torts based on that in United States of America. One is inclusion upon seclusion or solitude. That is basically a part of Amendment 4 in US Bill of Rights. And to understand what is inclusion upon seclusion or solitude, the first situation that we explained, peeping, watching, listening, recording another person's private activities. N number of examples are available. I think there is no need to explain that. It's violation of privacy. Second, public disclosure of embarrassing private facts. And these private facts can be related to character, disease, or behavior. See, exceptions are there. I will give you one exception. See, for example, a person A is infected with HIV. A is going to marry another individual. C, who is the doctor of A, is aware of this particular fact. In that situation, the doctor C can reveal this information to B, whom A is going to marry. Otherwise, the doctor has to keep confidential all the records related to disease of A, the individual A. So, if the behavior of A is going to affect the society, in that situation, okay, there is an exemption to public disclosure of embarrassing private facts. Until and unless the doctor doesn't have the right to reveal those information in public. And this situation was equally applicable during times of COVID. Imagine one person is having COVID, tested positive with respect to COVID. He's going to attend a particular marriage. In that situation, a person who knows that particular individual is having COVID had and has every right to tell that, okay, this person is having tested positive for COVID. So he cannot be permitted entry into a public place. So it will not constitute public disclosure of embarrassing private facts. Third one is publicity which places a person in false light in public eye. Normally, advertisement. The case that we discussed with respect to 2010. Numerous cases are there like that. You are going to a beach, someone is taking your photo and using that for advertisement. It is publicity which places a person in a false light. See, and these days you can see a lot of YouTube, what we call as YouTube influencers. I don't know it is with consent they are taking this photo or not. If it is without consent, it means it is violation of privacy. The fourth tort is related to appropriation of name and likeness. We discussed the case of Amitabh Bachchan and Anil Kapoor. Say every person has the right to control and make money using his or her identity. And when it comes to celebrities, okay, they have this right. We call it as right to publicity. So right to privacy, right to publicity is really different. Right to publicity means right of a person to control and make money and the commercial use of his likeness or his personal identity. Film stars, they have this. Sports stars, they have this. I will give you one example where Virgin Mobile was challenged in United States by a lady, Alison Char. Her photo was taken by Virgin Mobile, and it was sued as invasion of privacy. Without her consent, they advertised the same. Same way in United States, the photo of a lady appeared to be in a supermarket. She is coming out of supermarket with a whole baggage of items. So they used it for their advertisement. It's a best shopping area like that. So she came to realize that her photo has been used by this particular supermarket without her consent. So she sued against that supermarket because it was a violation of privacy. Then, when you look at international documents, you can see that, say, Article 12 of UDHR, Article 17 of ICCPR, Article 7 of the Fundamental Rights of European Union, all these things states that right to privacy is a fundamental human right. Fundamental, mauligamaya, fundamental human right. So everyone has the right to his private and family life. So the private life and family life is part of privacy. Home and correspondence, all these things needs to be respected. It means that the letter I am writing, the text message I am sending, even the emoji that I am sending is part of my privacy. They have the right to protect themselves against unlawful state interference. See, lawful state interference is an exemption. Imagine a situation, say a person who's a suspected terrorist. So police or the investigating authorities have every right to record his communication. In normal situations, even the state doesn't have the right to intervene with respect to private and family life of an individual, home and correspondence of an individual. Then we will quickly go through certain major cases in United States to understand the concept of privacy. One major case is Rowan versus US Post Office, where the court upheld the federal statute which permitted homeowners to specify that the post office shall not deliver any email that is provocative in nature. So normally, I think these days it is not common, but I think even in BSNL mobile, that was a situation back in 4 or 5 years ago. You will get a message that, okay, to get more photos of models, click this particular link like that. Actually, it is an invasion into privacy. I don't want that message, but BSNL or any operator is providing that particular message. So individual can say that what are the message that needs to be delivered to my mail. Then see, after 5 years, another interesting case is there in United States, where the Federal Communication Commission versus Pacific Foundation case. And in that case, the court allowed the Federal Communication to sanction a radio station for broadcasting indecent programming. So look, in first case, court prohibited. Second case, court granted permission, telling that, okay, this radio, you can broadcast, but individual can decide whether they want to listen to it or not. But in a normal communication, you can't have indecent broadcasting, whatever it may be, programming. Then Stanley versus Georgia case is there. And in that cases, when it comes to the state of Georgia, initially, if an individual is possessing an obscene material, that is liable to be punished. And in this particular case, court held that possessing an indecent material is not liable to be punished because it is his privacy. Whether he want to use it or not, it is his or her choice. State doesn't have any right to intervene in that. Then, and the Fripp case is there in 1988, whereby all residential picketing has been banned by that particular court. Then another important case is Cutts versus US. It is also known as Booth case, where the county court held that state doesn't have the permission to use any devices to record the call of an individual. This Booth case was that Cutts was a person who was involved in gambling. In order to get evidence against him, police placed a tapping device on a nearby booth where this Cutts used to make calls. And when it approached the court, the police authorities said that the booth doesn't come under the category of house. But the court stated that what you stated in Amendment 4, House includes the individual also. So wherever the individual is there, it is applicable to the individual. So wherever the individual is there, the concept of privacy is applicable. You cannot limit that to his physical property. And in all these cases, we have to keep about the exemption. What we call it as the Miller exemption. The exemption is that the information that we are sharing to a third party. Here we need to be careful, because every time this happens, when you download a particular app, we are giving consent. When I'm going to a supermarket, they are giving me a lucky tip coupon. I'm writing my name. I'm putting my signature, mobile number, everything. So I'm giving the consent to the supermarket owner to use this particular data. So the information, third party information that is shared to a third party doesn't get the protection of privacy. See, I'm giving my Aadhaar number for getting an insurance. I'm giving my the copy of driving license. Then I cannot claim privacy with respect to that particular data, because I have given that particular data to that particular agency. Imagine we are giving all the sensitive information to a private money lender or a private banker. There we cannot claim privacy. Then coming to European Court of Human Rights, interference with respect to the following categories will be considered as violation of privacy. That is access to private personal data. Data that is considered as personal is part of privacy. Telephone interception. Choice or change of name, it's private. The sexual life of an individual. Profession or domicile. Then individuals have protection against environmental nuisance. Then right to establish and develop relationship with others. See, all these things are part of privacy as per European Court of Human Rights. At the same time, the European Court of Human Rights gives an exemption under Section 8.2, interference in accordance with law is permitted. I think now we have only 15 minutes remaining, so we'll go through the case of India. See, normally when it comes to India, we have three main cases with respect to privacy. One is M.B. Sharma versus Satish Chandra. Satish Chandra was a district magistrate. The case was that M.B. Sharma was the chairman of Dalmia Jain Airways Limited. So this person, the chairman of Dalmia Jain Airways Limited, sought a relief under Article 32 of Indian Constitution. The reason was that the investigating authorities find certain misappropriation of funds. So the Dalmia companies, which includes Dalmia Cement, Dalmia Jain Aviation, Allenbury and Co. So district magistrate issued a search warrant under section 96 of the Criminal Procedure Code. So simultaneous searches happened at the place of these Dalmia companies, and police seized all the records. In order to get back the records, M.B. Sharma approached the court, challenging the order of the district magistrate. And the argument is that these records are part of private documents. And moreover, Article 20 of Indian Constitution states that no person accused of an offense shall be compelled to be a victim against himself. Okay, thank you. So, a case of privacy was invoked. They went to the court, but it was not accepted by the court. So, when it comes to the first case, the right to privacy was not upheld by the Indian judicial system. The court stated that there is nothing like privacy when it comes to Indian Constitution. There is a serious offense from the part of Dalmia Jain Company. So, investigating authorities have the right to take the records. The second case is Karak Singh versus State of UP. It happened in 1962, same year. See, this Karak Singh, he was the petitioner. He was challenged in a dacoity case, but he was released later because there was no evidence against him. But there was reasonable evidence for the police to believe that this person was involved in a crime. So the normal situation was that when it comes to persons like this, the police will open a case diary or a separate book will be opened for this particular individual, and the individual will be kept under surveillance. So the chowkidar or the police person began to enter his house, wake him up at midnight, take him to the police station to report his presence. So all his visits were under scanner. So this was challenged by the petitioner Karak Singh. So the defense of the state was that the regulations did not constitute any violation of freedom guaranteed by Part 3 of the Constitution. Even if there is anything like violation, they were found in the interest of general public, because see, he's a person involved in dacoity. So at night, if his presence is there, then police can be sure that, okay, no more robbery, dacoity will happen in that particular locality. So the police is violating the right of one individual to ensure that other persons are getting a good sleep. So what are the things that were challenged under this session is that under surveillance of CRPC 228, the police can have secret picketing of the house. Police can have domiciliary visit at night. Periodic inquiries about the individual. Then reporting by constables. Chowkidars are reporting the movements of this particular individual to the station house officer. At what time he is present, at what time he is absent. And the police is verifying his movements in the form of inquiry slip. So police is telling that, okay, if you are leaving this particular place, you have to inform. See, in many situations, this is inevitable. You look at the case of Chandamara, where parole was granted on condition that he shall not enter that particular area. There was violation of parole condition, but that was not reported by the police. If police had reported that, cancelled the parole, life of two individuals could have been protected. Okay, that is not the matter of discussion now, so we are not discussing that. Then police is creating a history sheet of that. So this Karak Singh challenged all these conditions, applications of CRPC 236. He said that it is violation of Article 19(1) of Indian Constitution. He is not able to move freely. But the court held that, look at, when it comes to surveillance, the police is only supervising. He is put under close observation. Police is not physically prevent him from moving. The idea of surveillance is that no person shall go unwatched. So police is watching him. Police is not physically restricting his movement. So there is no violation. And the picketing is secret picketing. Officials are posted outside the house, not inside the house. And the constables who are posted outside, they are watching the movements of Karak Singh and his associates without their knowledge also. So it doesn't constitute violation of privacy. But the third case, domiciliary visit, that is visiting his house at midnight. Their court held that this is violation of privacy. The visit of official to search or inspect a private house at odd hours of the day, it cannot be accepted. So the court struck down the regulation 236B that authorizes domiciliary visit. Court stated that this kind of domiciliary visits are unconstitutional in nature. So look at, when it comes to MB Sharma case, nothing like privacy. Karak Singh case slowly began to evolve, but restricted. The final case is mainly the Justice K.S. Puttaswamy case, where in 2017, Supreme Court accepted the concept of privacy. So the court held that right to privacy is protected as a fundamental right under Article 14, 19, and 21 of Indian Constitution. And they stated that it is intrinsic part of right to life and personal liberty stated in Article 21. And that is a tricky and most confusing aspect of privacy when it comes to India. You take the case of Amendment 1 and Amendment 4 with respect to US Bill of Rights, they are very clear. But here, look, court is telling that right to privacy is something intrinsic. It is stated in Article 14, 19, and 21. But you don't have an explicit reference to privacy. And what is this implicit, explicit reference when it comes to fundamental right? See, normally when it comes to fundamental rights, I think you are aware of Article 32 of Indian Constitution, where under Article 32, you can approach the Honorable Supreme Court of India for violation of fundamental rights. See, you can approach a Supreme Court only with respect to a right that is explicit in nature. Right to equality, equality before law, violation, you can approach the court. As I said that, the Supreme Court of India has expanded the scope of Article 21 to include a number of rights, which includes right to good roads. If right to good road is a fundamental right, how many cases would have been in the High Court of Kerala? Right against noise pollution is a fundamental right. How many cases will be there in High Courts and Supreme Court in India? Right to pollution-free environment, right to good water. I'm not mentioning the name of rivers that are polluted in India. I don't want to create controversy. If so, how many cases would have been there? Why? Why not? Because it doesn't have an explicit reference with respect to fundamental rights. And why explicit reference is important, I will point you one example, right to education. When right to education was made a fundamental right, it was added to Article 21A of Indian Constitution. See, in order to lead a decent life, you need good education. So you can say that right to education is implicit in Article 21. Then you cannot introduce the right to education. So if you want to make education as a fundamental right, we should have an explicit reference to the Indian Constitution. And what is absent with respect to Indian Constitution is that explicit reference. So there, when it comes to this Puttaswamy case, Supreme Court held that right to privacy can be infringed only when there is a compelling state intervention, state interest for doing so. And when it comes to this Puttaswamy case, actually it was related to this Aadhaar. The constitutional validity of Aadhaar was challenged in the Honorable Supreme Court of India. If my memory is right, Justice Puttaswamy was a former judge of High Court of Karnataka. But look at the validity of Aadhaar was upheld by the court. Now, see, to have your birth certificate, I think there is an exemption for birth certificate. To get your death certificate, you need Aadhaar. To enroll in school, you need Aadhaar. To get fellowship, to open a bank account, for registering your marriage, you need Aadhaar. So you need Aadhaar for everything and anything in India. It was challenged by Puttaswamy, but it was not upheld or not accepted. The plea of Puttaswamy was not accepted by the court. The validity of Aadhaar was upheld, but at the same time, court held that there is something like privacy that is intrinsic to Article 14, 19, and 21 of Indian Constitution. One more case is there. The verdict came in, say, 2018, the Navajay Singh Johar case, where the constitutional validity of Section 377 of Indian Penal Code was challenged. And there, court took a U-turn from NAS Foundation case. It overturned the verdict of the NAS Foundation case and decriminalized same-sex relationship in India. So it was considered as something accepting privacy of an individual. That is a personal life of an individual where state doesn't have the right to enter without a compelling reason. So that is a Navajay Singh Johar case. Then the issue of privacy became a debate in Indian society. So in order to accept privacy of data, the government of India made an amendment with respect to the Information Technology Act. and incorporated Section 43A to that Act. As per that Act, there shall be compensation for failure to protect data. It means that if an agency is not able to protect my data, the company is negligible. So for that negligence in protecting my data, the company is liable to be penalized. They are liable to pay for the damages that is happened. But as we all know what is happening in Indian society. Then one more development is there with respect to Indian society. Based on that, after the Puttaswamy judgment, the government of India appointed a commission under Justice Sri Krishna, and based on the recommendation of the Sri Krishna committee, the government came with the Digital Personal Protection Data Bill. So we have a bill there for protecting personal data. There too, the issue is that there are certain exemptions under DPDP, that is Digital Personal Data Protection. Investigating agencies, research activities, statistical performance, then performance of judicial or regulatory functions. All these cases, exemptions are granted. So if there is a question related to that, we will take that. Then as a quick sum up, whether right to privacy is important. Why we need right to privacy? Or do we need right to privacy? The answer is yes, we need right to privacy. That is, if you want to lead a life with dignity, we need privacy. If you want to express our opinion freely and frankly, we need right to privacy. Imagine a situation you are under the fear of the police tapping, watching your telephone. We will not be in a position to express our opinion. Imagine a government is watching or tapping the phone of the opposition leader or an MD who is part of the opposition. How can he work freely? Then we need right to privacy to protect ourselves from surveillance. Let it be of private entities, let it be of government entities. Someone is unreasonably tracking our activity. Our sense of security will be gone. Then we are not free in our personal spaces. So we need right to privacy. Then in this digital age, we need privacy to protect our data. Say, when someone gets your mobile phone, your photo, Aadhaar, almost all ID cards, bank account, passwords, everything is there in your mobile phone. So if someone gets access to your mobile phone, the data is gone. But what is the issue with privacy in India? First thing is that we don't have a clear-cut law with respect to privacy in India. So if you want to enjoy privacy in its strict legal fundamental sense, we need a Right to Privacy Act, just like the Right to Education Act. Otherwise, what happens is, normally right to privacy conflicts with other rights. As I said, the case of COVID-19. My physical condition, whether I am having a particular disease or not, is my privacy. But when it conflicts other rights, what is to be done? Rights of others, what is to be done? A person infected with COVID can spread this particular disease. Under that circumstances, what can be done? In other circumstances, what is to be done? So the conflicting nature of right to privacy with other rights needs to be balanced. This is possible only when you have a clear-cut law stating right to privacy. Then, with respect to communication surveillance, there should be effective regulation in India. And communication surveillance is a reality. And we all know that state governments as well as central governments uses various surveillance mechanisms. Then there should be judicial clarity. And look, right from M.B. Sharma to Puttaswamy case, you can see the evolution of right to privacy in India. But what happens when it comes to our nation is that many times the clarity of a particular judgment, many a times, I'm not telling always, depends upon the vision of that particular judge. Please keep in mind that that will not help the judicial system. There should be clear-cut precedents. Judgment, if you think that judgment can be based on the personal opinion of a particular judge, it will not help a society. I'm not going to discuss that particular part. You know the sensitiveness involved in that thing. So there should be judicial clarity with respect to enforcement of right to privacy. So with this, the floor is open for discussion. Based on questions, we will further discuss the area. The floor is open for discussion.
So thank you, sir, for presenting such a topic in a elaborate manner with real life examples. We were really taken up by the presentation. At the same time, it also shed a lot of light upon the various aspects in which our privacy is intruded by the various aspects and also various forces in the society, especially with the tech giants, and also at the same time, especially with the governments. And it was really worthwhile to listen to you and also to be with you in this presentation. Now, I invite all of you, all the participants, to raise if you have any doubts or any clarifications regarding the presentation today. So Dr. Reinhard Philipp is with us here to answer all our queries.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Pooja A, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, St. Mary's College.
Good morning.
First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude and respect to the esteemed Dr. Ain sir, because I have the privilege of maintaining a meaningful academic relationship with him, as he served as my mentor and guide, and he helped me a lot to the successful completion of my PhD at Central University of Kerala. And as a student, I take great pride in his remarkable achievement as a young scholar. So, sir, I'm just asking about the social media and social reform, because we had social reformers and they struggle hard to make a single change in the existing social scenario. But today, new media taking over the role of social reforms due to their active intervention in social issues. So in the present world, we are living not only in the age of digital revolution, but also in the age of data revolution, as you already mentioned throughout your presentation regarding the data revolution. So new media platforms becoming a powerful tool for social reforms, and they are actively engaging in social activism, actively engaging in awareness campaign, and also engaging in making public discourses in various ways. But sir, how does new media contribute to social reform while balancing the right to privacy? That's my query, sir.
See, the thing is that in this age of new social media, as I said, privacy has become a kind of a luxury, because violation of privacy is happening with respect to social media. At the same time, I'm telling that social media is contributing to social change. But the issue with respect to social reform and social change here is that, look at the issue taken up by social media. See, when it comes to this, say, take the case of the Tunisia, or when it comes to areas where this Jasmine revolution happened, came as a social media revolution. Where is democracy in these areas? Look at Syria, Egypt. So look, the revolution came in favor of democracy, and you can see utter statelessness, lawlessness in these particular societies. I'm not totally against social media, but the issue with social media is that social media is not controlled, monitored clearly by any laws of the land. anyone with a mobile phone is becoming a journalist. In one sense, that is very good. But the issue is that to what extent it is interfering with the life of another individual. There we need to draw a line, and that line is not drawn. That is I will give you one example. We are not going to discuss that deeply. In Trivandrum, the case of samadhi of a particular person was there. See, whether that was samadhi or normal death is their personal thing. It shall not affect the society. But look at social media, you can see multiple videos where the statement of a mother, I think, who may not be educated or her education may be limited. In whatever ways media is using the same. This happens in social media. I think there you can understand the difference. So rather than contributing positively to social change, social media is contributing to a violation of privacies. It is intervening with respect to private affairs of the individual. Where you can see this social media influencers asking persons who are in the, say, park different questions. Are they taking permission before to asking this question? Obviously, no. And look at the nature of questions that are being asked. So there we have to see whether the social media is contributing to social change. What is the intention? Whether that is publicity or whether that is social reform. So I believe that social media is not that much contributing to social change. Media is contributing to social change, that I agree. But with respect to social reform, social change, the role of social media is now very limited. Actually, social media, I think, is mainly a platform for enjoyment. But what happens is violation of privacy. Social media is not in a position to balance the case of privacy. There are no complaints, that why cases are not there. Pooja, am I clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for your invaluable insights, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you for your wonderful session on right to privacy. First of all, I introduce myself. I am Dr. Gopika Ji, Assistant Professor, Department of History, St. Mary's College, Putanamadi. Sir, I have a doubt on your topic. What are the limitations of the right to privacy in India under reasonable restrictions?
What are the limitations to?
Limitations of the right to privacy in India under reasonable restrictions.
Under reasonable restrictions. Okay. See, now the reasonable restrictions are stated as exemptions under the DPDP Act. Reasonable restrictions means, for example, notified agencies in the interest of security, sovereignty, and public order. It means that the police feels that I am involved in a particular crime or I am involved in an anti-national activity. So to understand deeply what is the nature of activity, the police officials, with a letter from the superintendent of police, it can be given to a network provider. They can tap my telephone. So in the interest of security, sovereignty, public order is there. Then for research, archiving, statistical purpose, exceptions are there. Thereby, when it comes to a hospital, they will ask you multiple questions. Do you have this particular disease? Do you have this particular disease? Obviously, that that data will be recorded in their system. It will be recorded as a third-party information. So all third-party information that we are given as per consent, exempted from that. Here, I will give you one more example. I think we are all familiar with the sprinkler issue. The case with sprinkler and privacy is that, see, imagine I am caught with COVID, then my data will be taken with respect to, it will be recorded in that particular app. And that sprinkler company has the right to use that particular data. See, in this particular year or in this 21st century, data is money. See, the data that the company is getting is not raw data, that is processed data. So that the company will get clear information regarding, for example, in Kerala, 90% of the COVID affected persons were suffering from, say, diabetes also. So this can be handed over to a company, say a pharmaceutical company producing medicines for diabetes. It will be helpful for a particular company to identify their market. So it goes like a chain reaction. Research, archiving, statistical purposes. Then to enforce legal rights and claims. Then to prevent, dictate, investigate, prosecute offenses. Normally, when it comes to this issue of license, or issue of passport, then police can see whether any any cases are registered in my name. So they can ask my Aadhaar, they will enter the Aadhaar details to see if any crime is registered. Then for non-resident data with respect to foreign contracts. Imagine there is a contract with a foreign nation, information regarding non-resident individuals. See, all these comes under reasonable restrictions when it comes to the digital privacy, that particular act. Ma'am, are you clear, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
And one more thing, the interesting thing respect to see right to privacy is that, see, in actual working, it works like this. You are giving a musical instrument to a child and ask him or her to play that. And you are giving a condition that you shall not make a sound. So, ഒരു കളിപ്പാട്ടം കൊടുത്തിട്ട് കിളിക്ക് കളിച്ചോളൂ പക്ഷെ സൗണ്ട് വെക്കാൻ പാടില്ല എന്ന് പറയുന്ന കണക്കാണ് the case with right to privacy in India. You have a whole lot of restrictions, and these restrictions can be effectively used for curtailing right to privacy. I will give you say one example. Imagine a district that is infested with Naxal activities. There, the superintendent of police is having a special privilege to take the phone call of individuals. So it can be up to 5 days. A blanket immunity is there for the superintendent of police. So there is no need for a written consent from the chief secretary or any authority for tapping the telephone of an individual. But that is possible only with respect to a district that is affected by terrorism or Naxal. But see, everywhere you can find some loophole. See, the SP feels that I am involved in Naxal activities. Imagine he's having some personal issues with me. He's telling that, okay, based on his particular lectures, he said something about Naxalism, so he might be supporting Naxalism. So 5 days he can tap my telephone. After 5 days, he's telling that, okay, he's not involved, so there is no need for tapping. So look, for 5 days, the tapping is possible.
Okay, sir, it's clear, sir.
Are you clear, ma'am?
Yes, it's clear, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So any other questions?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, thank you, sir. I would like to know, how does the right to privacy balance with other constitutional rights in regard to national security?
Okay, actually that is a tough question. This question is to a coordinator of the Center for Defense and Security Studies. So obviously I have to speak in favor of national security. There is conflict between right to privacy and other rights, no doubt in that. The simple example is, say, if I need to give primacy to my right to privacy, if I am giving primacy to right to privacy, obviously it may affect, say, Article 14 of someone else, Article 19 of someone else, Article 21 of someone else. Imagine I am having a contagious disease. I don't want to disclose the same. It is my right to privacy. I am not disclosing the same and going to a public area where a small child is getting infected with the same disease. Obviously, when the child is not having better immunity or self-defense mechanism, he or she may die. So look, my right to privacy is taking the right of another individual. Case of national security is that when you are giving more importance to right to privacy, it may affect national security. How is that? It will be very difficult for state to monitor the activities of individuals in single inverted comma. I'm not telling that all individuals are against national security, but there are certain unwanted elements in every society. We need to monitor them. We need to put them under surveillance. So there are situations where right to privacy clashes with other fundamental rights. No doubt in that. That's the reason why we need a separate law with respect to right to privacy, just like we are having the right to education. Until and unless there will be clash with other rights, when there is a clash with other rights, which rights should be given importance? See, normally, as per the General Clauses Act, each and every article in the Constitution is having equal importance. But when it comes to judicial interpretation, we are giving importance to the wider article. For example, a conflict between Article 14 of Indian Constitution and Article 25 of Indian Constitution. 25 leads with right to freedom of religion. So if there is a conflict with Article 14 and 25, more emphasis is given to the Article 14 of Indian Constitution because of its wider scope. Right to equality. Equality is more important than right to freedom of religion. So a case is before the Supreme Court of India with respect to this Sabrimala women entry situation. So I'm not discussing that in detail. So obviously there will be conflict. In case of conflict, which one shall provide? Look at the case of privacy. You don't have an explicit reference to privacy in Indian Constitution. We are telling that it is part of Article 21 of Indian Constitution. As I said, if it is under 21, how can we approach the court? If there is an explicit reference, we can approach the court. Since there is no explicit reference, we cannot approach the court. So in order to solve all these issues, we need a particular law with respect to right to privacy. Otherwise, it will be conflictual. It will be very difficult to enjoy right to privacy. With respect to this national security part, I'm keeping little restrictions.
Thank you, sir. So at the same time, I would like to know whether it is a violation that wherever we are giving our number, that means there are some nowadays we are getting a prank calls or some advertisement calls. That is, it is also right to privacy, against right to privacy, no?
Good question. Good question. Actually, I forgot that. See, in the talk we discussed about Miller exemption. See, it is this particular issue. Third-party informations are not protected by right to privacy. See, when I'm giving my number to a third-party app, right to privacy is gone. See, it can be a supermarket. It can be to a survey company. Normally, we won't read what are the terms of conditions. When I download an app in my mobile phone, I have to agree with the conditions. I agree. When I agree, that particular app is getting control over my camera, my that recording device, photos, gallery. They can read my messages, everything. So I'm giving my consent. Once I gave my consent, I cannot invoke the case of right to privacy. So there comes third-party information that we have given to third party will not be covered under right to privacy. So normally when you go to a supermarket, these days not to give a bill, they are asking mobile number. So I think it is better to have a separate mobile number for all these activities, and that mobile number shall not be connected to our bank account. That is the safest thing that we can do. So when you download an app, for all those purposes, please have a separate email account for that. Don't mix that email account with your official email account. So it is better to follow that particular pattern. As I said, third-party information that we are giving with consents, they won't come under the scope of privacy. If you have a separate law with respect to privacy, we can deal with these issues. Unfortunately, we don't have. And thank you, Bestin, for that particular question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Participants, if you want, you may post your queries to the chat box too. Reinhardt, sir, shall we wait for a second?
Sure, ma'am, sure.
Yeah, thank you. It seems that we don't have any more questions. I invite the chair to conclude the session. Father, please.
So once again, good morning to all. And we were richly filled with deep knowledge about the right to privacy with all the real life examples, as I mentioned earlier, and also with all the legal terms, and also right from the beginning from the US, quoting from the US, which is we consider as a benchmark for most of the legal judgments. And also how this privacy aspect can be violated in our everyday life too. And also Dr. Reinhard Philipp also mentioned about how we should be cautious about the various things with the real life, and also with the practical tips, how to avoid ourselves, and also how to get rid of all these kind of problems in our life. And also we know that as we're technologically advancing more and more, the more that we are exposed, and also our privacy is getting shrinking, because we are so much dependent upon the technology and the tech giants, and we know the big data and all. So they assess all our information about each and every detail about our life. So it's still, and so it's for us to risk, maybe to value the right to privacy. And so, sir duly mentioned about various aspects. At the same time, still we need to evolve as part of the Indian Constitution and also in the legal system of India, wherein unlike other developed countries, still we are in catching up with the trend. So at least we have a kind of a positive orientation towards it in the Justice Puttaswamy versus Union Government, the judgment. So it's a welcome sign. Still, there is a lot to move ahead in our life too, and also various other aspects. So on this occasion, I once again thank Dr. Reinhard Philipp, and also I also would like to share that so this right to privacy is, as Dr. Reinhard Philipp was mentioning, it's not implicitly mentioned, or it's not explicitly mentioned in the Indian Constitution. It's only implicitly implied there. So maybe we need to make an considered efforts as Indian citizens to move forward to make it as an explicit one in the Indian Constitution, wherein the Indian legal system also will take it up and also will serve the people of India, giving the due importance to the right to privacy.
Thank you, Father.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank you, each one of you, for listening to me patiently. My voice might be something uncomfortable because I was having throat infection for last 1 week. I'm sorry for that. I take this opportunity to thank each one of you for giving me this opportunity, and my best wishes to St. Mary's College in your future, all your future endeavors also. Thank you.
On behalf of St. Mary's College, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Reinhard Philipp and Reverend Father Nanam Prem Kumar for the valuable time, knowledge, and expertise with us today. Thank you once again. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Deepthi, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, to deliver the vote of thanks for the session.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Dear esteemed guest, speaker, and participants, on behalf of the St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi, I would like to extend our grateful gratitude to each and sorry. I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to each and everyone for making this international e-conference a resounding success. My sincere thanks to our keynote speaker, Dr. Reinhard Philipp, Assistant Professor, Department of International Relations and Politics, Central University of Kerala. We appreciate the time and effort you took to share your valuable enriched our understanding of right to privacy in India, the constitutional cornerstone, and will undoubtedly have a lasting impact. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining with us today. And also, I
Thank you.
extend heartfelt thanks to Father Nanam Prem Kumar, Principal, St. Joseph School, Puttanangadi, for chairing this session. Thank you, Father.
Thank you.
Today, my words are not enough to express the gratitude our principal, Father Denny Cholapalli, for his constant support and guidance that radiate a source of energy within us. We will remain grateful to you, and we thank you for being with us today. Thank you, Father. I am very much thankful to all our faculty colleagues and non-teaching staff members who always stand by us and motivate us. I feel proud and thank you for making this event a successful one. To our participants from around the world, we are grateful for your active engagement and participation. Thank you once again for your participation, and we look forward to staying connected. Lastly, we thank our technical team for their tireless effort in ensuring the smooth execution of this e-conference. Once again, I thank you all and have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we officially end session 1 of day 2 of our international conference. We are moving forward to the next session of the day. A series of insightful and thought-provoking presentations awaits us, promoting to add great value to our academic discourse. Before proceeding to the session, sharing a few instructions to the paper presenters as well as the participants. Please listen. The time limit of each presentation is 10 minutes. Paper presenters can expect questions from the judging panel as well as from the audience. Please take care not to exceed the time to keep our session on schedule. In case of any technical issues or delay from the presenter during the presentation, for the time being, we will move on to the next presentation. But don't get panicked. You will be given another chance for the presentation and the time will be informed personally. Instructions for the audience. You are allowed to ask questions during the Q&A session, or you may put your questions to the chat box. Ensure that the questions are respectful. We are not encouraging any disrespectful questioning. We will begin the presentation shortly. Participants, please remain. We'll begin the presentation shortly.
have obtained ranks in various streams and in the college campus. St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi is a unique institution of higher education in several ways. Its platitudinous tradition and consistent achievements in various fields of human activity develop it with a brilliance of outstanding temple of knowledge. St. Mary's College turned to be the first educational institution of CFIC in India when it was officially inaugurated by District Collector of Malappuram, Sri James Verghese IAS, in a public meeting presided over by Bishop of Tamarasheri, Mar Jacob Tumguri. On the 17th June 1996, initially the college offered pre-degree courses privately, and in the succeeding years the institution marked its presence with private studies in BA History, BA Economics, BSc Maths, BA English and BCom. Sister Udaya of CMC of first batch secured first rank in BA History. Many students have obtained ranks in various streams, and the recent achiever is Sri Lakshmi B, as she bagged the first rank in MA English during the academic year of 2016-18. We have trained security guard who can observe the students and help them around when they are not being taught in class or after college hours. Our campus spreads across about 11 acres situated near Angadipuram in the Malappuram district of Kerala. The college has the easy accessibility of both the road and the railways. The college campus is refreshingly green with beautiful gardens which provide
We're going to begin the paper presentation. Participants, please be ready. I would like to invite Ms. Agila S. Pillai, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi, who will be chairing today's session. Ms. Agila S. Pillai is an academician and an educator over 9 years of experience in teaching and research. She holds a master's degree in commerce as well as in business management. She is currently serving as assistant professor at St. Mary's College with a proven track record of presenting and publishing research papers in national and international seminars and conferences. Respectfully, I welcome Ms. Agila to chair the session.
Good morning, everyone. Esteemed guests, dignitaries, fellow academicians, paper presenters of the day, welcome to the second session of two-day international conference on Digital World Without Borders, a multidimensional perspective. I am honored to serve as a chair for this prestigious event. I thank the management of St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi, and the organizers of the e-conference for giving me an opportunity for chairing the session. As we all know, we have gathered here today We represent a diverse range of disciplines, cultures, and backgrounds. This conference provides a unique opportunity for us to come together, share knowledge, and explore new ideas. We have an exciting lineup of presentations to you today, with 12 papers being presented by students, researchers, and academicians from various institutions and disciplines. To the audience, I encourage you to engage actively with our presentations. Your questions and feedbacks are valuable in helping our presenters refine their work. So without further delay, let's proceed with our first presentation. Our first presenter is Ms. Deepa Veti, Assistant Professor, PG Department of Computer Science, St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi, who will be presenting a paper on AI-powered disaster response and recovery. Ma'am, I would like you to unmute your audio and share your screen. No, ma'am, you're not audible.
Hello. Very good morning to all. Respected chairs, dignitaries, esteemed guests, faculty members, dear students, and all my dear participants. I am Deepa Veti, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi. Here my topic is AI-powered disaster response and recovery, the global application and implication. This presentation explores the global application and implication of artificial intelligence in enhancing disaster response and recovery efforts. Here's an introduction. The disasters, both natural and man-made, pose significant challenges to communities worldwide, leading to loss of life, destruction of infrastructure, and economic setback. The traditional disaster management method often struggle to provide timely and effective responses due to the predictability and scale of such events. The artificial intelligence has emerged as a game-changing technology in disaster management, offering advanced solutions for prediction, response, and recovery. By analyzing massive amount of data from satellites, sensors, social media, and historical records, AI enhances decision making, improve resource allocation, and enable real-time emergency assistance. AI is transforming disaster response by enabling faster, more efficient, and data-driven decision making. Here are the key application of AI in this critical field. First of all, AI warning system to predict and alert for potential disasters. And next is emergency response and rescue operation using AI-powered drones and robots. And damage assessment and resource allocation and humanitarian aid distribution optimized by AI-driven logistic and predictive analytics. Early warning system. Early warning system plays a critical role in disaster management by providing timely alert that help communities prepare for and mitigate the impact of disasters. AI enhances warning and disaster prediction by analyzing vast amount of real-time and historical data to detect patterns and forecast disasters with higher accuracy. Some AI applications like Google's AI-based flood forecasting system predict flood risk and alert communities in advance. Also, IBM Watson uses AI to predict hurricane and floods. Next is emergency response and rescue. AI-driven technology helps first responders locate victims, assess damage, and coordinate rescue mission in real time. AI-driven drones equipped with camera and sensors can quickly access hard-to-reach area for search and rescue. Robotic applications such as rescue robots assist in dangerous environments and locate victims trapped under rubble. Also, social media analysis powered by AI helps identify real-time alerts and track the movements of affected populations. Next is damage assessment and resource allocation. Artificial intelligence plays a crucial role in assessing damage and optimizing resource allocation during disasters. AI algorithms can analyze satellite images to assess damage and identify critical infrastructure needs. Government and aid agencies use this data to prioritize resources and allocate relief effectively. The World Bank utilizes a model to assess earthquake damage and guide reconstruction effort, optimizing resource allocation. Next is humanitarian and aid distribution. AI is transforming humanitarian and aid distribution by making it more efficient, data-driven, and responsible. AI helps governments, NGOs, and relief agencies ensure that aid reaches the right people at right time. AI optimizes logistics and supply chain management for efficient distribution of aid, and predictive analytics help reposition a resource in area anticipated to be affected by disasters. Also, the Red Cross uses AI model to forecast aid needs and ensure timely delivery of essential supplies. Next, some challenges of AI in disaster management. Here, I mentioned some challenges of AI in this critical field. First of all, data privacy and security concerns arise with the collection of use of sensitive information during emergencies. And AI model biases and accuracies can lead to misinterpretation and potentially harmful decision in critical situations is a major challenge in AI in this field. Also, infrastructure and resource limitation in disaster-prone area may hinder the implementation and effectiveness of AI technology. This is also an important challenge of AI in this area. Next, the future trends and innovations. AI technology continues to evolve. Its role in disaster management is becoming more sophisticated, enabling faster response, better prediction, and improved recovery strategies. Below are some key future trends and innovation in AI for disaster management. AI driven climate adaptation strategy to mitigate the impact of climate change and prepare for future disasters. And next, enhanced real-time AI analytics for fast response time and more accurate predictions. Also, integration with 5G and IoT technology for smart disaster management, creating interconnected system for efficient communication and coordination. So next, I will conclude the topic. AI significantly improves disaster management by enabling early warnings, optimizing response effort, and streamlining recovery process. By leveraging AI-driven solutions, government, organizations, and communities can mitigate the devastating effects of natural and man-made disasters, ultimately saving lives and resources. Thank you.
Okay, the presentation is over. And now the session is open for queries. If any participant have any queries, you may ask now. Okay, so Deepa, your presentation was engaging and your am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. Deepa, your presentation was engaging and you did a great job by using very nice visual aids to support your points. And I'd like to ask you, how did you ensure the validity and reliability of your findings? Through your study, you have mentioned some findings on how AI is used in disaster management, and how did you ensure the validity and reliability of your findings?
Ma'am, I'm not audible to you.
Okay, let me check.
Just
Now,
wait,
am
ma'am.
I audible?
Just a minute, I think it's my technical issue in my laptop. You say.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Should I repeat the question once more?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So through your study, you have stated some findings by using AI in disaster management. So how can you validate and or how can you validate your findings, or how can you ensure the validity and reliability of your findings?
I think there are several examples. There are several applications are used in this field. I'll explain a situation. In 2020, Google AI-based flood forecasting system sent flood notification to many millions of people. So I think in Bangladesh, I think so. That's would help people to save their lives. And also, AI-powered systems can use after the disaster also, like and after disaster rescue operation.
Okay. So your paper is relevant in the future, and thank you.
So, ma'am.
I think there is some technical issues.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, yes, ma'am. Now I'm audible.
Okay, thank you for your answer, and the presentation was good. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, I'd like to call upon the second presenter, Ms. Amrita KB, Assistant Professor from the Department of Political Science, St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi. She'll be presenting a paper on the revolution of digital scams and right to privacy in India. Amrita, you can unmute the audio and share your presentation.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
So, good morning, everyone. Respected Chair, co-presenter, and participants. I, Amrita KB, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi for providing me this opportunity to present my paper in this international e-conference. So, moving on to this presentation, I'm sorry. Moving on to this presentation, my topic is the revolution of digital scams and right to privacy in India. My first slide deals with the points of discussion that I am going to discuss throughout this presentation. Digital revolution and introduction, the digital scams in India, trends and tactics, right to privacy in the Indian context, a legal framework, digital arrest, a new age of threat, risk in cybersecurity, and policy recommendations and solutions, and this final part, conclusion, balancing innovation and privacy. Moving on to the next slide, the digital revolution and introduction. We all know that India's digital transformation has significantly reshaped its socio-economic landscape, empowering its 1.3 billion Indian citizens with a biometric digital identity through Aadhaar. Flagship initiatives like Digital India, Make in India, and Startup India and Atmanirbhar Bharat have accelerated innovation and entrepreneurship and self-reliance. As a global leader in fintech, digital payments, India has revolutionized financial transaction with platforms like UPI driving financial inclusion and boosting economic growth. The key milestones and drivers, as we reflect on this of digital transformation in India, the widespread adoption of smartphones stand out as a pivotal driver, democratizing access to digital resources and information. The Digital India initiatives has catalyzed this shift by creating necessary infrastructure for a digitally engaged society. The rise of digital payment methods has transformed the financial landscape, enabling faster transaction but also raising security concerns. Additionally, the e-commerce and social media boom has reshaped the consumer behavior, offering an unprecedented convenience while amplifying risks associated with digital scams. Each of these elements collectively underscores the radical shifts taking place in the Indian digital ecosystem. My next slide deals with the digital scams in India, trends and tactics. Rapid digitalization has led to increased cyber threats and data privacy concern, as the extensive collection of digital data creates vulnerabilities. Cyber criminals exploit these weaknesses through phishing, identity theft, financial frauds like UPI and credit card scams, and social media scams are also targeted with scams and misinformations. Emerging AI-based threats such as deepfakes and AI-driven attacks pose new challenges, highlighting the urgent need for a robust security measures and digital literacy. Moving on to the next slide, right to privacy in India, a legal framework. Understanding the right to privacy within this context of India is a crucial. Technology continues to proliferate. The legal framework has seen a significant development in recent years. Landmark Supreme Court decisions have underscored privacy as a fundamental right rooted in Article 21 of the Indian Constitution, which protects individual dignity and personal freedom. Article 19 grants individual the right to control their personal information, while Article 20(3) protects against self-incrimination. To address growing digital privacy concerns, the Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023 was introduced, establishing guidelines for a data collection and storage and usage, ensuring individual privacy rights in the digital age. The next slide deals with the digital arrest, a new age of threat. Among the myriads of the digital threats, the emergence of the digital arrest scam stands out for its particularly alarming emotional manipulation. These scams are a growing threat that exploits people's fear of legal trouble. Scammers pretend to be law enforcement officials, using urgency and intimidation to trick victims into making quick payments. Victims often face not only financial loss but also emotional distress and a loss of trust in digital communication. These scams highlight the need for a greater public awareness and a stronger protective measures. I have pointed out some notable cases here. One businessman defrauded rupees 6.9 crore through a fake Supreme Court hearing, and a senior citizen scammed under false legal accusations, and a doctor forced to transfer rupees 70 lakh due to a fabricated money laundering charges. And my next slide deals with the cybersecurity risks and policy concerns. Cybersecurity risks are growing, with a lack of digital literacy making users vulnerable to fraud and misinformation. IT laws have faced so many criticism for restricting free speech and removing content without clear guidelines. The Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023, I have already mentioned it, has raised concerns about potential government surveillance, raising questions about privacy. There is a pressing need for a stronger regulation and greater accountability in online monitoring, and a safeguard to protect user right while ensuring security. My next slide deals with the policy recommendation. To address these digital threats, policy recommendations include strengthening cybersecurity framework with real-time monitoring to detect and respond risks quickly. Business should be encouraged to invest AI-driven threat detection and robust encryption to safeguard data. Public awareness programs on digital scams and cybersecurity best practices can help empower users. Judicial oversight is crucial to prevent the misuse of surveillance tools. While a dedicated regulatory body should ensure strict compliance with the data protection standards to protect individuals and privacy. My final slide, the conclusion part. In conclusion, the digital revolution undoubtedly bestows a remarkable benefits, paving the way to the innovation and improved standards of living. However, these advancements bring significant cybersecurity challenges that cannot be ignored. To navigate this duality, it is paramount that we establish a robust legal framework that protects individuals while fostering a conducive environment for innovation. The digital future should focus on empowering citizens while ensuring both security and freedom in the online space. With this, I'm winding up my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amrita, for a wonderful presentation. I appreciate the organization and clear transition of the idea. Now the session is open for queries. The participants may ask any doubts or questions, or if you want any clarity, you may ask now. So hope no one is having any doubts. So Amrita, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'd like to know about the regulatory frameworks that are needed to ensure the effort to prevent digital scam without compromising the citizens' right to privacy.
Regulatory framework without preventing the right to privacy, ma'am.
Yes, to prevent the scams, what are the regulatory framework that is now prevalent in India without compromising the right to privacy?
Uh, there are global and regional regulatory framework. There are General Data Protection Regulation Act that protects personal data and privacy and reducing risk of identity theft, and Digital Service Act that requires an online platform to combat fraud and misleading content. In India, there is Information Technology Act passed in 2000 that covers cybersecurity, data breaches, and digital fraud. And Reserve Bank of India gave guidelines to mandate secure digital banking practices. That's it, ma'am.
Okay, so we have a very good framework to keep the citizens' privacy.
Yes, ma'am, yes. But it affects by lack of digital literacy.
Okay. So government is taking initiative to provide digital literacy to the common people.
They are trying to. I have reviewed some of the literature, and it says that the government is trying to give some digital literacy, public awareness programs to the citizens.
Okay, good. Okay, Amrita, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, now moving on to the next presenter. Our next presenter is Anu Antony, Research Scholar, Department of English, PSGR Krishnammal College of Women, Coimbatore. She'll be presenting a paper on consciousness, power and identity, navigating post-cyberpunk in Richard Morgan's Altered Carbon. Anu Antony, you may unmute your audio and share your presentation.
Yeah, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. You can start presenting now.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me. And I'm Anu Antony, a research scholar from PSGR Krishnammal College, Women, Coimbatore. And I'm co-presented with my guide, Dr. Sushil Mary Matthews. She's head and associate professor, PSGR Krishnammal College for Women. And let me share my screen. Is it available? Ma'am, may I know my slide is visible to you?
Sorry, I'm not. Sorry, it's not clear.
Is my slide visible to you?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, shall I start, ma'am?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so I'm dealing with the topic consciousness, identity, power, navigating post-cyberpunk in Richard Morgan's Altered Carbon. And Richard K. Morgan is a distinguished British English fiction author, best known for his groundbreaking Altered Carbon that is published in 2002 as a part of trilogy. And this is his first novel, and it contains both cyber and post-cyberpunk elements, extends the characteristics beyond the classical cyberpunk narrative. So the genre, cyberpunk in literature deals with a dark and chaotic vision of the future, focusing on the consequences as well as the advancement of technology. In contrast, post-cyberpunk in literature aims to offer a less pessimistic and more nuanced view of the future. It explores multiple themes with a different perspective. Societal issues also a part of the world. That means in cyberpunk, they never accepting the technology as it is, and they always try to. Pardon? Any technical issue? Okay. And they never supporting the technology as it is, and they always relating the with dilemma and dystopian future. At the same time, post cyberpunk is accepting the technology as it is, and they are less pessimistic and try to advance with more or multiple narratives. So the story is set in the background of a futuristic era. And that is far from our earth, and where the human beings are preferring for immortality because they are not believing permanent death. For this, Mark introduced a new version of human consciousness in his work, transferred between bodies for centuries and the technology. And for this, he introduced the term sleeving, which means the futuristic process of transferring one's consciousness into different bodies. So there is no particular honor for the particular soul. The soul, body, the consciousness, everything is transferred from one to another. So they won't believe in end or permanent death. They only believe in immortality. So the other themes discussed in this novel are identity crisis, philosophical implications, dilemma, and the ethics of technological advancements. Here, Morgan's work captures the best of both worlds, and it has the edgy, dark vibe of cyberpunk, and the technology isn't all shiny and perfect. And it blends with a more nuanced view of that sees the technology as a part of human lives that can be both a challenge and opportunity for growth. That's why we call Richard Morgan as a post-cyberpunk novelist. He discusses the both. He accepts the technology as it is. At the same time, he is discussing the challenges and opportunities of this technology in the human world. So his major concept living is a cool but a weird idea of switching bodies. So that makes us think about a lot, especially about our identity. To think we are who we are, or who we get a chance to make choices of our body, who we choose, or how does technology or the society works. These are the certain questions Morgan asks through his work. These are the big questions that raises towards the society, especially where is the existence of our own body. So looking such questions and looking at how such tech changes could shake things up in the world because they are not believing permanency. So I can give you an example. In the world of Kovacs is living in own world, Headland world. It is visible that the high-tech aspect of thought with the advanced technology of stars. Stars is a kind of device where the consciousness stores. So it's also called the cortical stores. And that's stored in digital human store. So it's a kind of store human consciousness allowing for the transfer between bodies or sleeves. So this represents the pinnacle of technological advancement. So this is completely unbelievable to the normal human beings to store our consciousness digitally, and this is the pinnacle of the technological advancement. Dealing with the human consciousness with the help of technology is a central idea for cyberpunk fiction, and here also Morgan discussed this kind of leaving this technological advancement as core to his fiction. At the same time, this work is discussing the cyberpunk concept also. So he is discussing the law life elements too by the portrayal of the series of the depiction of Bay City. Bay City is appeared in the novel and that is considered the future version of San Francisco. Where despite such advancements, there is a stark divide between a wealthy elite who can afford to reach indefinitely. So, if a person is wealthy, he can multiply his own souls and he can store his own body as clones and he can reach indefinitely. Live in luxury and the poor. There's a sort of people that are living at the same time poor who are often stuck in bodies and they do not want and condone to absorb. So such people are always slaves in the technical advanced world. So the story follows the protagonist, Takeshi Kovacs. He is considered a former soldier who has been brought back into a new body to solve the murder of a rich person. This is that person is the murderer, Lawrence Bancroft. He's so wealthy that he has been alive for centuries and he believes he was murdered and even though it looks like he killed himself. Unfortunately, the last 48 hours of his death, he raised his consciousness. That's why he unknown about his death. He don't know what has happened to him, whether he was killed by someone or he killed himself. So this is a kind of investigation story, and Takeshi Kovacs is the investigator to find out the murder of this Bancroft offers. So for to solve this murder, Bancroft offers a big deal to Kovacs. If he solves the murder, he will get a new lease on life. So this is opening to a web of corruption. So this work is also discussing with the web of corruption as a part of power. As Kovacs dives into mystery, he uncovers a web of corruption, power plays, and dark side of the technology that defines this post-cyberpunk world. So Minecraft's ability to reslive into new bodies at will maintains his power because he multiplied. He reslived, he multiplied. He many times he reslived his body, so he become the path of power section and influenced himself across ages. Exactly, contracts with the general population struggle with immortality and the ethics of body swapping. The term is very intense. It's a kind of body swapping, emphasizing the social or economic inequalities exacerbated by technology. So, without any doubt, we can say Altered Carbon is also exploring the identity and consciousness as a central to the narrative. Takeshi Kovacs is the protagonist, navigates this world in a body not originally his. He is taking that body from a criminal. He was brutally punished as a part of his corruption. So the real owner of that body is Riker. So when this Kovacs adapted that body, he became facing the identity crisis. So that raising such questions about the essence of identity. No one believing what is essence to the origin soul of Kovacs. So he's asking some questions to the audience. Is it the physical body that defines who we are, or is it something more intangible, or like our memories? What is the relevance of our memories and experiences in this technologically advanced world? These are the certain questions he asked to us, the readers. So the division creates a caste divide. The rich literally become a
Please keep
different
up the
castes
time
of beings.
and please
Okay,
try to conclude your
this work.
presentation in 1 to 2 minutes. Okay.
Okay. So this work is also discussed in the commodification because everyone is believing bought and sold concepts and philosophical dilemmas, the domination of mega corporations. All these are believing. So I would like to conclude my slide by taking the 5 key concepts of this study. So here Kovacs is the protagonist of the novel. He is completely different from the archetypal anti-hero. Instead, he is thinking about the philosophical engagement of the issues of identity and humanity. So this work is discussing or dealing with the narrative techniques as the first person and non-linear storytelling. That also exploring the cyberpunk themes with the post-cyberpunk elements that enhances readers' engagement with the speculative world constructs. So, although I would like to conclude by giving the concept future settings to explore issues that were very much relevant today, the identity crisis, the immortality, the chaos, the dilemmas after these technological advancements are very relevant today, and that pushes us to think about how we want to navigate the relationship between technology and humanity. So what kind of future we need is a big question that opened the order to us. So thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Anu Anthony. Now, if the audience have any questions, you may proceed. Okay, Anu. So in your conclusion part, you stated the relevance of this story in today's world, right? So I'd like to know that in the current society or in the current world, particularly in terms of exploitation of marginalized group, how this this show or this story is relevant.
Okay, ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, the story already discussed about there is a big class division between rich people and poor. The rich people will get always a better opportunity to receive their own body with their will. At the same time, this sort of marginalized the outcast, the out of border people. They don't have money. They don't have a opportunity to choose who will choose their own body or to whose body they want to live more. So this is a kind of marginalization, or what we can say that this is and completely unfair to the poor people, because this web of corruption and power that monarchy is completely overruled these poor people. So that's why Morgan is raising a big question to us. Why using this technology? How can we believe this technology will give a bright future to us? Because this is a big group of people who are completely marginalized. They don't have any voice. They're completely voiceless, and they always remain silent in this cyber and post cyberpunk era too. So this is the answer to your question, ma'am.
Okay, good, Anu. Your presentation was good. You presented very confidently and clearly. You communicated the idea, but it's better you stick on to the time in your future presentations. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Anu. Thank you. Okay, next I'd like to call upon our next presenter, Dr. Rajesh P., Assistant Professor, NSS College, Nenmara, from the Department of Economics. He'll be presenting a paper on the topic Digital Economy. Sir, you may unmute your audio and share a screen. If it's possible, you can also turn on your video.
A very good morning to one and all. The topic of my discussion is the digital economy, the transforming industries, societies, and the future. And the recent times, the digital economy created a more impact on the global economic landscapes. And economic activities that are driven by digital technologies includes the internet of, Madam, may I audible? Hello, madam.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay,
you can proceed.
thank you. Okay, thank you. Digital technologies, especially internet, mobile networks, and information communication technologies. Then from e-commerce to and fintech to artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, then digital economy is revolutionizing the industries. Clearly new opportunities and addressing complex challenges. Okay, want to say about what is digital economy. And digital economy encompasses all economic activity that rely on digital technologies. Next slide, please. Technologies. It includes digital services, e-commerce, then fintech, emerging technologies. The traditional economy is characterized by its reliance on data, connectivity, and innovations. And it transcends geographical boundaries, especially business sector and others. I want to say about the key aspects of digital economy. And several factors are fueled the growth of digital economy, especially technological advancements. First one. Then innovations in AI, machine learning, and blockchain have created a new possibilities for businesses and consumers. Then second aspect is internet penetration. The widespread of availability of affordable internet and smartphones have connected billions of people worldwide that fuel the growth of in economy. And then a third one is data proliferation, and the ability to collect and analyze data has become a cornerstone of decision making and innovations. And lastly, we can say that the entrepreneurship startups like companies are driven innovations, disrupting traditional industries. We can say that there's a new tech AI tool. DeepSeek is an example for a new innovation disturbing the traditional industries. Then, and what is the impact of digital economy on economic growth? Especially, I want to say about the impact of digital economy on industries, then society, challenges, and what are the opportunities of digital economy. The digital economy has had profound an impact on various sectors and society as a whole. And come to the details of impact. I want to say about the industrial impact, especially e-commerce platform have transformed how consumers shops. In the case of financial sector, fintech solutions like mobile payment and robo advisors are revolutionized the banking sectors. In the case of healthcare services, telemedicine and wearable devices are also improving the access to healthcare services. And come to the manufacturing sectors of industries, smart factories and automation have increasing efficiency and reducing the cost of production. And in come to the education sector, online learning platforms are making education more accessible and flexible by using digital technologies. And the second impact on society, it creates a job on the overall. The role in technology, data science, and digital marketing have emerged and creating more job opportunities in the world. And come to inclusion of the aspect, society inclusion, digital tools are bridging gap in education, healthcare, and financial services are undeserved populations. Global connectivity also causes internet have enabled collaboration and communication across borders. And what are the opportunities in the digital economy? And come to analyze the opportunities of digital economy offers numerous opportunities for individuals, businesses, and governments. Entrepreneurship, there is entrepreneurship development, global market development, efficiency, and these are the major opportunities in the digital economy platforms. Lower barriers to entry enable startups. Then digital platform provide more access to international customers and markets. Automation and AI streamlines processes and reduces the cost. And there is sustainability in the digital solutions, practicing of greener practice and resource optimization. And what is the future of the digital economy? Digital economy is poised for continuing growth and innovations. The key trend in shaping its future includes emerging technologies such as quantum computing, augmented reality, and advanced AI will drive the new possibilities in the emerging technologies. And the second one is hyperconnectivity. The integration of IoT and 5G will enable smarter cities and industries. Then decentralization, blockchain and decentralized finance will reshape and trust and transactions in the area of future digital economy. And global collaborations is also a part of future of the digital economy. Governments, business, and society must work together to harness the potentials of digital economy. And these are the main area I want to discuss about the digital economy, society, future aspects. And by concluding the elements of digital economy is not just a trend. It is a fundamental shift in how we operate as a global society. Then it's immense opportunities for growth, innovations, and conclusions. And also, it also presents challenges that requires careful investigation in the aspects of digital economy. As we move forward, it's crucial to ensure that the benefits of digital economy are accessible to all, and that we address its risk and responsibility. Okay, by concluding this, the opportunity for digital economy is a powerful force that transforms industries, society, and the way we live. Okay, and this is my concluding part. Thank you for listening. If any queries, please ask. Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Hello.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, madam.
Okay, sir. Can you say how policymakers support the digital transformation in our country?
And yesterday there is a AI summit in US, and our Prime Minister has tell about the AI transformation and a policy framework in a detail. And policy framework is essential for the digital transformation. Nowadays, there is a policy implication, especially we can say that policy framework is essential for the improvement of digital economy, and there is a growth of digital economy. We require policy framework, and we only digital platforms. In the case of digital platforms, there is only two policy frameworks. One is in the Personal Data Analysis Act bill passed by Government of India. At the same time, 2000 IT Act. These are the two policy framework in relation to digital connectivity.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Your presentation was clear and precise. And so all the best for your future presentations. And I think the summit of yesterday will provide some light into our future digital transformation in our country. Right?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Our fifth presentation is by Dr. Bindulada. She'll be presenting on the topic Cybersecurity in Kerala, Society, Challenges and Precautions. She's the assistant professor from the Department of History, St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi. Ma'am, please unmute your audio and share your presentation.
Ma'am, is it okay?
Yes, ma'am. The presentation is visible.
Respected Chair, co-presenters and audience, good afternoon to one and all. I am Dr. Bindulada, Assistant Professor, Department of History, St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi. My topic is Cybersecurity in Kerala Society, Challenges and Precautions. The presentation will explore the growing cybersecurity challenges in Kerala, India. We will discuss the types of threats facing individuals and business, highlight key challenges specific to Kerala, and examine mitigation strategies. We will conclude with an overview of future prospects for cybersecurity in Kerala. Introduction to cybersecurity challenges in Kerala. The cybercrime statistics. A staggering cybercrime is reported every 2 hours in Kerala, highlighting the urgent need for increased cybersecurity awareness. Primary threats. Common cyber threats include phishing attacks, infections, and social engineering techniques. The types of cyber threats in Kerala: phishing attacks, malware, and ransomware. Social engineering were some of the types of cyber threats which is faced by Kerala. The phishing attacks. Phishing attacks are a common tactic in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities in Kerala, often exploiting emotions and anxieties. Malware and ransomware. The malicious software like Lockybot and Agent Tesla have been detected in Kerala, posing serious risks to data security. Social engineering. Social engineering targets specific sectors like healthcare, leveraging trust, and deception for unauthorized access. The challenges specific to Kerala: human errors, the infrastructure vulnerabilities, and reporting mechanisms. The human errors. A significant 95% of data breaches are attributed to human error, underscoring the crucial need for employee training and awareness. Infrastructure vulnerabilities. Out-of-date software, cheap passwords, and the inactive network security were common in the entry points to the hackers. Reporting mechanisms. Simplifying and streamlining cybercrime reporting mechanisms in Kerala is essential for effective response and prevention. The mitigation strategies. Infrastructure security. Regularly updating systems, securing networks, and implementing strong security protocols are vital. Employee training. Comprehensive cybersecurity awareness programs are crucial for equipping employees with the knowledge to mitigate risks. Continuous audits. Regular security audits are essential for identifying and addressing the vulnerabilities in system and network. Success stories. Local cybersecurity companies. Value Mentor. It was based in Thrissur, Kerala. Value Mentor is a global cybersecurity solutions provider with a strong track record of success. Expansion plans of Value Mentor is actively expanding its operations, aiming to double its workforce by 2026 and leverage AI and ML for innovative solutions. Global cybersecurity risks and trends. Ransomware attacks. Ransomware attacks continue to pose a significant threat, with both cyber criminals and nation state adversaries escalating their efforts. Emerging technologies. The rise of AI and IoT introduces new vulnerabilities and challenges for cybersecurity professionals. The Cybersecurity Awareness and Training, NIC CERT initiatives. NIC CERT, National Information Center, Computer Emergency Response Team, plays a vital role in providing threat intelligence and security advisories. The role of training. Comprehensive training programs are essential for educating individuals and employees on best practices and preventative measures to avoid breaches. The implementing best practices and compliances. Data security tools, encryption, data loss prevention solutions, and other security tools are essential for protecting sensitive information. IAM. Identity and Access Management or IAM systems control access to resources, ensuring that only authorized individuals can access critical data. Zero Trust Architecture. Zero Trust Architecture strengthens the network security by assuming that no user or device can be trusted by default, requiring strict authentication and authorization. Conclusion. future prospects in Kerala's cyber security. Kerala faces significant cyber security challenges, but through proactive mitigation strategies, robust infrastructure, and continuous awareness, we can build a more secure digital environment for individuals and business. The future of cybersecurity in Kerala hinges on continuous vigilance, innovation, and collaboration between stakeholders to stay ahead of emerging threats. Thank you. Thank for all.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. So your presentation was good and well organized. The session is open for queries. If any participants have any queries, you may ask now.
Ma'am, your voice is not audible.
Can you hear me now?
Excuse me once again, please.
Can you hear me? Am I audible now?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, ma'am, your presentation was good. And I appreciate the effort you put in making a paper like this. So I'd like to know that you told that the digital technology is increasingly used in Kerala now, right? So what is the impact of these technologies in cyberspace or cybersecurity landscape nowadays?
Excuse me, ma'am, may I?
And I want to add to the question that in this current state, what are the most significant threats faced by the Kerala society?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. In this cyber security increase, while increasing the digital technologies in Kerala, the cyber security landscape also has some positive and also some negative impacts. One of the major negative impacts is the cyber threats. The cyber threats may be through the phishing, the mental, and also some intelligence attacks, and also through the transactions and in other ways. So we are facing a lot of threats. So it can be divided as the phishing, ransomware, online frauds, etc. So all these are the major threats which is facing in Kerala today. And above all, while we are facing these threats, we also must have to be capable to defend these threats. As part of that, the Kerala government is very vigilant to face these issues, and they are ensuring and strengthening their cyber security measures. So it is providing a lot of opportunities to the network authorities, a lot of skilled laborers, and also a lot of other people. So it is an opportunity providing by this increasing digital technology. So the Kerala government is introducing a cyber dome, a private initiative to encounter these cyber threats. And also the digital governance and data protection systems like eHealth Kerala, KSwift, etc. also have improved the service delivery due to this increasing use of digital technologies. So likewise, we have to get best working standards towards the compliance with the data protection norms also. And we are increasing the cybersecurity investments in the IT firms like Technopark and Infopark is also another positive impact as part of the digital technology increasing in this landscape. And a lot of skilled cybersecurity professionals are also rising in this Kerala society still now. And we are creating a cyber awareness through education and courses. It is also another positive impact. So, even though we are facing a lot of threats, we have a lot of positive impact by using these digital technologies in this world in Kerala today. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. So it's happy to hear that the government is taking initiative to handle the cyber threats that we are facing now. So thank you for your presentation. It's really good.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Now, I'd like to call upon Dr. Gopika Assistant Professor, Department of History, St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi, to present the paper on cyberspace and cloned journals, a challenge to the academic standards of digitalized journals. Ma'am, you may unmute your audio, share your presentation, and start now.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to all, and also the chair, dignitaries, and the co-presenters and the audience. I am Gopika Ji, Assistant Professor, Department of History, St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi. I am being here for presenting a paper on cyberspace and clone journals, a challenge to the academic standard of digitalized journal. Let me start the presentation. Slide is not.
Yes, ma'am, your slide is visible.
First of all, the major objective of the study includes to expose the nature of the duplicate journals that is available in various forms like clone journals, hijacked journals, predatory journals, etc. And second, to inquire more about how it poses a great challenge to the academic integrity and credibility of the standard journals in the digital platform. And next, to introduce the tools to identify the predatory and clone journals. Second, next, to know the significance of bibliographic databases and to understand the functioning of UGC CARE list. The key points of discussion includes the traditional printed journal versus digital journals, the difference between predatory journals and cloned journals, the development of databases and assessment criteria, and UGC CARE list and the list of cloned journals, and various checking tools for legitimate journals, and also the precautionary measures. Let me introduce the topic. And before starting our topic, we have to know more about what is the cyberspace. But I am not using the term cyberspace in a broad sense. It includes only a narrow sense of including the debates and discussions around the academicians only. And nowadays, the research field also adapted to the new landscape of cyberspace. And it also provide on the other side a space for the fraudulent academic practices too. And these fraudulent academic practices includes the production of the imitation of legitimate journals. So the academicians, including the teaching faculties and research scholars, knowingly or unknowingly, they were going under the ethical exploitations by the cyber frauds. So the current situation necessitates serious considerations on the social and ethical issues that arise as a result of digital integration. So why academicians prefer digital journals? Before the advent of the digital platforms, the main source of the dissemination of academic knowledge include the printed journals. But later, the people they dislike or prefers more the digital journals. Mainly because of the fact that there are a number of disadvantages that caused by the printed journal, traditional form of printed journals. At the same time, the digital journals offers number of advantages to the scholars. There are a number of journals, duplicate journals available in the form of predatory and cloned journals. And the impact of the digital transformation in the academic field is a serious matter of debate among the academicians. It is mainly because of the in this current situation is that national evaluation criteria, that is evaluating the faculty and also the institutional performances on the basis of the criteria of research outcome. The research outcomes are expressed through the publications of number of research papers in a advanced or a standard journals. So the people began to give importance to quantity of produce number of as much papers than that of quality. So the challenging factor in front of the scholars is selecting any of the authentic journal that we are believing it is authentic journal for the purpose, and it offers the platform for both authentic and duplicate journals. So it is very important to note the fact that the menace of the predatory and clone journals has sharpened rise in the post-pandemic period, that is the COVID period, post-COVID period. The duplicate journals, it is very difficult to identify by the trained eyes too. So the predatory journals are very less harmful than that of the cloned journals or hijacked journals. The predatory journals use only a fake title in their publications, but at the same time, the cloned or hijacked journals use not only the fake titles, but also the ISSN number and also the other informations of the reputed journals. And they were also created by malicious third-party domains too. And moreover, there were a number of threats introduced by the cloned journals. It includes, it is not published in a it is not operated without legal registrations. Second, it lacks authorization for genuine inclusion of the citation basis. And moreover, one of the significant threat of the cloned journal is the paper that we are published in the fraud publisher's domain will disappear when the domain was expires, because many of the cloned journal using the expired domains of the reputed journals. So it is very difficult to identify cloned journals when compared to predatory journals. This is the example for the cloned and the authentic journal. The title of the authentic journal is STRAD. At the same time, STRAD Research is the title of the cloned journal, but using the same ISSN number and also the website link of the domain too. There are a number of the databases established mainly for identifying the validity and also the reputation of the journals. And one of the important database using nowadays is the Google Scholar, which combines various databases, and other globally accepted databases include Scopus, Web of Sciences, PubMed, ERIC, Juster, etc. But at the same time, the recent evidence demonstrates that international bibliographic databases are infiltrated by hijacked or cloned journals. The study shows that they using the expired domains of the legitimate journals. The effort taken by UGC Care List and also the list of cloned journals, from the part of Indian government, it is the government body UGC that introduced or established a consortium for academic research ethics, CARE, in 2019. UGC Care List had two main groups. One is the Group 1 and Group 2, and Group 1 include the journals which is qualified under the CARE protocol. Second include indexed journals which is globally recognized databases. It provides the list of cloned journals too, and UGC made it mandatory for the PhD students to undergo a course on research publication ethics. There are a number of checking tools for the legitimate journals. One is the master journal list from Web of Sciences, and we can use the website of the master Web of Sciences and can check the legitimacy. Then verify DOI, digital object identifier. It is we can enter through their website ID. Retraction Bacha hijacked journal checker. It is the individual tool developed by Anna Abelkina, and she is the research fellow at Germany. And www.whois.com is also a domain. It also helps to identify the legitimate journal. Open access policy outlined by COP, that is Committee on Publication Ethics, also help the researchers and faculties to identify the legitimate journals. Above and overall, the scholars and faculty should be vigilant regarding deceptive tactics employed by the hackers. Conclusion, it is my opinion and also my suggestion that apart from the Central Education Agency's initiatives and the actions taken by the educational institutions, it is our duty as a research scholar and also a teaching faculty. It is mainly for the promotion and also the appointments. It is very necessary to look and take vigilant on the selection process of the journals. And finally, all these kinds of journals not only pollute scholarly publishings, but also a key role in spreading the misinformation among academicians. So we should be careful in publishing the journals. Thank you. Thank you for.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your presentation. Your paper is very relevant and very helpful for people like us who attend the meeting today, because we are all in the same field. As we all know, I'd like to ask a question that, as we all know, recently UGC have now discontinued UGC Care List, right? So it was in the news in the recent days. So in such a situation, how can you explain the relevance of your study?
Yes, ma'am. I clearly know the fact that immediately after the completion of the paper, UGC declared and publicly declared. It is on February 13th, 2025 declared. It is decided to discontinue the publication of care list. But at the same time, even though it decided to discontinue the list, and they and then come forward with the most strict parameters for ensuring the quality of the journals, and they put forward number of suggestions, and the pool is opened for the public opinions regarding this matter till 25th of February 2025. Number of it is not only the care list, discontinuation of the care list, but there are other important parameters that UGC is designed to put forward in front of the public, mainly for ensuring the quality of the journals and also the academicians and all the in the field of digital education.
Okay, so we can hope for the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Next, moving on to the next presenter. Our next presenter is Sajid T, Research Scholar, Department of Economics, Sri Achyutha Menon Government College, Kuttanellur, Thrissur. He'll be presenting a paper on Emergence of Human Entrepreneurs Through Social Media in Kerala, a case study on Thrissur district.
Okay, it's audible.
Yes, you are audible. You can present your screen and start present.
Okay. 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 So myself Sajid, I'm a research scholar, Department of Economics, Sri Achyutha Menon Government College, Thrissur. Here I would like to present a paper relating to emergence of women entrepreneurs through social media in Kerala. It's a case study relating to a Thrissur district. So as we know very well, gender equality. Gender equality is a goal that the world is always discussing. So the government and other agencies are making policies and programs to achieve the gender equality, bring back the backward women in the society to force and ensuring the economic independence of women through the concept of empowerment. So here I'm just focusing the economic empowerment more than the women empowerment. So the woman entrepreneurship refers to the activities undertaken by the women who organize and manage their own business and often with innovative approaches and focus on the growth and profitability. It encompasses women and starting a new venture, taking risk and driving economic and social progress through their enterprises. The phenomena has gained prominence as more women break barriers, challenge stereotype, and contribute significantly to various industries worldwide. The country has experienced significant business and economic growth due to the growing presence of women entrepreneurs. So the role of the woman-owned business enterprise in society is significant as they can generate employment opportunities in the country, causing a demographic shift and inspiring the next generation of female entrepreneurs. So the focus of the study mainly relating to the women entrepreneurs through their development through the social media. So this study seeks to investigate the intersection of women entrepreneurs and social media and examine how women entrepreneurs utilize the platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and all other social media platforms for the overcoming the traditional barriers. So by exploring the impact of social media on women access funding, market research, mentorship, and peer support, the research aims to provide an insight into the effective strategies for promoting the gender inclusive entrepreneurship ecosystem, and fostering women economic empowerment. Kerala is a shining example for women empowerment in India. Here, we discuss how the emergence of women entrepreneurs through the social media is happened. Considering the new structural change in the business environment, social media play a crucial role altering the internet usage behavior and marketing practices. So, where the communication and information exchange are easier, as will access the consumer behavior. Therefore, the industry is time to research a digital enterprise in growing every day more and more, and especially for the women, as is also proven by the research done by the various worlds or others entrepreneurs, and considering the number of women entrepreneurs is increasing every day. The main reason for promoting the business online is that over the last decades, the way of business are marketed by challenge. Almost all business today also conduct their activities online, especially after the period of COVID-19 pandemic business led by the women. So after the COVID-19 pandemic, so many women are enter into the business through the social media platform. So the large women communities are now able to connect with each other to promote, network, and support the access to each other's business from the comfort of their own homes. And this is something they could never have done at this scale without the social media. For example, when we are considering the online platform of Competitive Cracker, that lady is Asha Beju. They started their online business during the time of COVID-19. So at present, the company is its worth is like more than 100 crores. So this is a situation after the COVID-19. So many opportunities are open to for everyone, especially the women entrepreneurs are utilized that the opportunity. So the aim of the study was to analyze how the social media helped the emergence of new women entrepreneurs and how the social media alter the socio-economic condition of the women entrepreneurs in local level. So the study especially conducted in Thrissur among the 50 women entrepreneurs. The main finding of the study is that the samples of 80% of women entrepreneurs belong to age group between 18 to 25 years, and entrepreneurs are well educated. Please close your back window. Back window. It's audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Presentation കാണാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ലേ?
Yes.
Okay. So the main findings of the study is that from the 80% of the women entrepreneurs belong to the age 18 to 25 years, and women entrepreneurs are well educated. Almost 85% of the women are graduates, post-graduation, having the doctoral degree or professional degree. The use of the social media platform, women are used to Instagram and YouTube for their business more than other social media. So when I'm concluding my paper, in conclusion, social media play a transformative role in fostering women entrepreneurship by creating the platform for global reach and community building and innovative solutions. The research emphasizes the social media enabled women to overcome traditional barriers, contributing to gender equality and economic empowerment. Despite the challenge like digital literacy gap and cultural pressures, women are breaking new ground and driving local economic progress and reshaping the business landscape. With the continued support, particularly in training, financial access, and digital inclusivity, women's entrepreneurship can thrive and providing lasting benefit for the communities and economies. Addressing the special need of women entrepreneurs can unlock the full potential of social media as a tool for empowerment, making a pivotal force for the achieving gender-balanced economic growth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir, for the presentation. Your topic is very relevant in nowadays, as we all see new budding and entrepreneurs in social media. So I'd like to ask you a question that we have seen that they are using this platform to share their stories, like their personal stories through social media, right? We have seen such entrepreneurs. So do you think that the empathy they create through this social media and the success rate of their business have any connection?
Especially there is a there is a positive correlation between the women entrepreneurs and social media, because of when they are engaging in something new ventures, like for example when they are capable for teaching in online. So the students must be aware about the she is a well known educator. So the social media is a platform for promoting their capabilities like that.
Okay, so can we believe that all the stories that you share through the social media are genuine?
Not at all, but when we are considering the percentage, 80% of the content in social media are genuine, because of when they are selling a product. When they when Instagram is a platform, we cannot create a fake account. It's when we are creating a account, there is a genuine passwords, like mobile numbers, all are needed. But sometimes there is a fake also incorporating with all social media. But when we are considering it's an economic opportunity for all, especially for the woman, it's a very useful tool for promoting them.
Okay, so you can say that there is a connection between this like emotional stories to their success rate, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Absolutely.
okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. The next presenter is Ashwini Sajid and team from PG Department of Psychology, St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi. She'll be presenting a paper on cyber crime and psychology, psychological impact of cyber victimization. Ms. Ashwini, please unmute your audio and share your presentation. Okay, now the screen is visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start my presentation by discussing 2024 report of Indian Cybercrime Coordinating Center. According to the report, around 7,000 complaints are reported in national cybercrime in 2024. To be more precise, around 20% of Indian internet users faced psychological threat in 2024. Compared to 2021 to 2023, there is a hike of 113.7% in the number of complaints in the first quarter of 2024. Even though the severity of cases differs, the psychological impact of cyber victimization is beyond comprehension. Myself is Ashwini Sajid MT, MSc Clinical Psychology student, and my team members are Chaitanya U and Bhumika MA. The title of my conceptual paper is Cybercrime and Psychology, Psychological Impact of Cyber Victimization. Next slide, please. Since we are living in an era of unavoidable internet using, the proportion of cybercrime is increasing day by day. So it leads to the development of psychological issues in the victim. It can be behavioral issues, it can be emotional issues, difficulties in coping, self-esteem issues, and it can also lead to the development of mental health disorders. By understanding these issues, it will help us to develop effective psychological intervention to help the client to bounce back to their normal life or to a better one. Next slide, please. So the major concept of our research is behavioral issues, interpersonal issues, coping difficulties, self-esteem issues, and major common mental health disorders among cyber victims. While the psychological issues are mostly expressed through their behaviors, the behavioral issues that expressed in victims can range from social isolation to suicidal attempt. It can also include anger outbursts, changes in their eating patterns and sleeping patterns. Also, it leads to self-harming behaviors. While we are looking into the interpersonal issues, as being a cyber victim, it will affect their interpersonal relationship. It will develop a strain in the communication as well as the relationship between the close ones of the victims. It can lead to a state of isolation or social isolation, which can further lead to a mental health condition called depression. Coping can be defined as the way people use to deal the stressful situations by using their behavior and thought. In the case of cyber victims, the coping is not easy for them. They may use unhealthy or ineffective coping methods for coping that stressful situation. For an example, they may use alcohol abuse or drug abuse, smoking for cope with that stress. Next slide. Okay. Self-esteem. Self-esteem can be defined as like how we value ourselves or how we perceive ourselves. In the case of cyber victims, in the case of cyber victim, it is clear that there is a severe decline in their self-esteem. They may feel ashamed or shame. They may not value themselves, or they may perceive themselves in a negative way. It can affect their daily functioning and productivity. Looking at the major common mental health disorders, stress, anxiety, and depression are common among cyber victims. While we are looking into stress, it can be defined as emotional or mental state of worry, or it can be defined as a normal response to challengeful situations. In the case of cyber victims, the stress is psychological distress. It means it will affect their daily activity and it will lead to a distress. While we are looking into anxiety, anxiety can be defined as like excessive feeling of fear, which is accompanied by physical changes. It is reported that cyber victims have higher level of higher level of anxiety. The third one is depression. Since we all know that depression is a common mental health disorder among almost all the population, but while we are looking into cyber victims, depression symptoms are also relevant. It also include, when we try to define depression, it involves a state of persistent low mood and loss of interest in activities, and it is also common in cyber victims. Even though while we are looking into a clinical perspective, at least all the cyber victims have the traits of these disorders. It means all the cyber victims experience some kind of symptoms of these disorders. If it is neglected or untreated, it can lead to clinical diagnosis. Next slide, please. So the finding of our research paper is the psychological impact of cyber victimization include emotional and behavioral issues, interpersonal issues, difficulty with coping, and low self-esteem, and other major mental health disorders. Next slide. Next slide, please. While we are looking into the suggestions, there is two major suggestions. The first one is the study can be elaborated by using more psychological variables of cyber victimization. The second major suggestion is the study can also done in a quantitative method by using questionnaires. Next slide. So it can be concluded that the effect of cybercrime on the victim is severe, and it will affect their all important areas of functioning, overall well-being, emotional stability, quality of life, and the mental health. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwini, for your presentation. Your presentation was good. You tried to convey the ideas very clearly. Your presentation was confident. And you talked about cyber victimization, right?
Yes.
So can I ask, can you say the long-term emotional and psychological effect of cyber victimization on individuals? Is there any long-term effect of cyber?
Yeah, actually, the long-term effect is mental health disorders. Like it start from a trait, it start from a daily difficulty in the daily functioning. It eventually leads to mental health disorders. I think it's the long-term effect of cyber victimization.
Okay, so there are so many cases like that, right?
Mm.
Can you state any one case?
Sorry?
Can you say any one example of this cyber victimization?
Can I seek help from my teammates?
Yeah, sure.
Can you ask the question once again, please?
And that is, you told that you told that there are many negative effect in the long term of cyber victimization. So we have heard many examples of many persons handling the situation. Right. You have heard that we are daily coming across many situations or many cases where the person is suffering from cyber victimization. So can you say any such incidents?
Currently, I'm not aware about it. I will just.
Okay, it's okay. So thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Now moving on to the next presenter, it is Nisha PS from PG Department of Psychology, St. Mary's College. She's a PG student. She'll be presenting on the paper, the shadow side of cyber identities, narcissism and validation seeking behavior. Nisha, please unmute your audio and present your screen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Chair, I am Krishna Priya along with Nisha from St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi. Today, I am here to present my paper on the topic Shadow Side of Cyber Identity, Narcissism and Validation Seeking Behavior. In the digital age, our online presence has become an extension of ourselves. Social media platforms encourage curated self-presentations, which means that it allows us to express ourselves and connect with others. It has also given rise to certain psychological concerns, particularly narcissism and the persistent need for validation. This study explores narcissism and validation seeking behavior in the digital world. Next slide. There are several psychological theories help us to understand the impact of cyber identities. Some of them are self-discrepancy theory. This theory explains how the gap between our real selves and our ideal online persona can create emotional distress. Social discrepancy theory. This theory was introduced by Festinger in 1954. This theory suggests that social media platform encompasses as to highly curated version of others' lives, which leads to feelings of inadequacy. Goffman's self-representation theory, introduced in 1959, explains social media has turned life into a performance where individuals present a version of themselves that gain approval. The fourth one is users and gratification theory, which state that people engage with social media to seek entertainment, social interactions, and external validation. Narcissistic personality theory. This theory suggests the culture of digital admiration fuels narcissistic traits and grandiose self-presentation. The self-determination theory explains the excessive dependence on online approval, reduce intrinsic self-worth and motivation. Next slide. Narcissism in digital space. Narcissism is characterized by an inflated sense of self-importance and a strong need for admiration. Social media platforms provide a stage for self-promotion, which fuels narcissistic traits. There are some negative effects which includes increased social comparisons, lead to lower self-esteem, emotional instability due to fluctuating online engagement, overestimation of self-worth through online validation, excessive time spent on self-promotion and online interaction. Next slide. Validation seeking behavior. Another critical issue is the compulsive need for validation. Many individuals shapes their online identities to gain their comments, likes, and followers. Some manifestations include spending excessive time curating online profiles, experiencing self-doubt and anxiety due to engagement metrics, risking cyberbullying and online harassment, developing fear of missing out, leading to irrational decisions, struggling with identity confusion and reduced autonomy. Next slide. Psychological and social implication. The mental health effects are lower intrinsic self-worth due to the external validation resilience, increased anxiety and depression. The higher anxiety and depression tendency linked to social media overuse. Emotional exhaustion and burnout due to constant self-monitoring online. Next. The impact of relationship are reduced authenticity, which is decline in meaningful interactions. Superficial online relationships replacing authentic connections. Next. Addressing the issues to counteract the negative effects of cyber identities, we need proactive strategies like digital literacy and awareness. It helps us to understand the impact of social media and self-perceptions. Healthy social media practice for setting limits and engaging mindfully. Encouraging self-acceptance, which fostering intrinsic motivation rather than seeking external approval. Promoting mental well-being. It will enhance offline fulfillment and real-world experience. Next. In conclusion, while social media enhances connectivity, it also amplifies the pressures of self-presentation and validation seeking. The key to a healthier digital life lies in self-awareness, balanced engagement, and prioritizing real-life connections. By addressing these psychological challenges, we can create a more meaningful and fulfilling online experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Shriya. Your presentation was good.
Okay.
And your results are fascinating. I'd like to ask you one question. That is, we know that there are people who use social media anonymously with anonymity, right? They don't reveal their personality. So, is there is there anonymity playing a role in facilitating narcissistic behavior online?
Definitely, ma'am. Nowadays, individuals use online platform as a persona, which means a mask. Their inner feelings are expressing through this mask in an anonymity. So it is a factor leading to narcissistic trait.
Oh, thank you. Thank
you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now, moving on to the next person, our next presenter. Our next presenter is Vishnu Narayanan, PG student from the PG Department of Economics, St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi. He'll be presenting a paper on securing the digital frontier, analysis of cybersecurity budget allocation in India's Union Budget 2025-26.
Ma'am, I'm audible.
Yes,
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please share your screen.
Just a second, ma'am. Is it visible? My presentation is. Sorry, ma'am, you are not
Now
audible.
it's, now it's visible.
So can I start?
Yes, you can start.
So, just a second. So I'm Vishnu Narayanan. I'm a second semester MA Economics student from St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi. So I'm delighted to join you in this e-conference and present my paper on a topic that is becoming increasingly critical in this digital era. So my topic is entitled as Securing the Digital Frontier, Analysis of Cybersecurity Budget Allocation in India's Union Budget 2025-26. So the recently announced this union budget has placed a strong focus on digital infrastructure, technological advancement, and economic resilience. So in this presentation, I'm trying to analyze the cybersecurity budget allocation and compare with the past trends. And I look forward to share my insights and engaging in a meaningful discussion with all of you. So, as an introduction, the union budget play a crucial role in determining the nation's readiness to address the emerging threats. So, the cybersecurity project under the Digital India program have seen a 143% increase. India has significantly increased its investment in cybersecurity, allocating over 1,900 crore rupees to various initiatives aimed at strengthening the national's digital defense. Almost 80.75% increase of the cybersecurity budget in the latest budget. So before that, we have some review of literature. The Sharma and Gupta of 2023 article highlights that the India's cybersecurity funding has grown significantly over the years, but still lags behind the global benchmark. And the PRS legislative research, the latest one of 2025, analyzed the past union budget and findings that allocation for cyber defense, CERT in and AI-driven security projects have seen consistent increase. A study of PwC India 2024 highlights 80% of Indian companies experience a cyber breach in the past. So, while presenting this paper presentation, all the data I collected through secondary data from articles, research papers, journals, and internet. The scope of my paper is the study focus on the cybersecurity budget allocation of Union Budget 2025-26 and include a comparative analysis with the previous budgets to assess trends. So let's focus on these 3-year surge of cybersecurity funding. In the 2022-23 budget, 30 crore rupees only spent for the cybersecurity funding. And the next year, 2023-24, it's raised up to 400 crores. And the previous, just last union budget, which is increased into 759 crores. So this increasing tendency shows how the government is trying to increase the cybersecurity field very strong. The latest budget, which I am trying to present, 2025-26, increased 782 crore rupees. So why this increase is happening? The cybersecurity threat landscape in India. That's the reason. The report from the CERT-IN, which is the Indian Computer Emergency Response Team of 2024, indicates 20% rise in the cyber attack targeting the critical infrastructure and government systems. So the incidents reported is 85,000 in 2019. It increased in 248,000 in 2020. So now let's check a comparison of cybersecurity budget allocation of Union Budget 2024-25 and the latest. The orange color of this bar diagram represents the latest one, and blue color represents the previous one. So all of this except the CCPWC scheme have the orange color. The latest budget have the tendency of rising. CCPWC is a cybercrime prevention against women and children. So let's check the tabular representation of the bar diagram. The total cybersecurity funding the previous year was 1,600 crores, which raised 18.75% increase in the latest budget, which raised to 1,900 crores. Cybersecurity capital projects also shows the increase of 3.03% increase. Now let's check the three important categories of the budget. Indian Computer Emergency Response Team, CERT, which is the National Security Agency of India operating under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. So which allocates 238 crore rupees in the previous budget. And now the latest budget have an increase of 7.14%, which increased to 255 crores. So CRT plays a crucial role in safeguarding India's cyberspace against evolving threats and ensuring a digital ecosystem. So now look at the second one. The huge impact in the cybersecurity budget is on National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical System. So the last budget, they allocated 564 crore, which have raised into 900 crore Indian rupees, a 59.5% increase in their fund allocation. So it is the National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical System. That's a full form of NMICPS. It's a flagship initiative launched by the Government of India in 2018. It's under the Department of Science and Technology. So this is a mission which plays a crucial role in the making India a global leader in the cyber physical technologies. So that's why the 59.5% increase in the latest budget. Okay, now let's check on the most important thing, which is shows a negative impact in the latest budget, Cybersecurity Initiative for the Women and Children, CCPWC. It's a cyber crime prevention against women and children. That's a full form. It's a scheme initiated by the Government of India and implemented under the Nirbhaya Fund. And it's aimed to address and mitigate cyber crime targeting women and children. So, which shows a decrease, which is 52.8 crore in the previous budget, and which decreased into 44.39, 16.02% decrease of fund allocation. So, this exemplifies the government's proactive approach to creating a safer digital environment for the women and children. But combining technological advancement with collaborative efforts to combat cyber crimes effectively. But this reduction comes despite an overall increase in the cybersecurity funding. But the decreased allocation of the CCPW scheme has raised concern among the stakeholders, particularly the light of ongoing and changing landscape of the cyber threats aimed to women and children. So let's check the budget comparison with other two countries. So India, despite being the world's 5th largest economy, lags significantly behind US and China in cybersecurity budget allocation. Let's look upon USA's budget allocation of 2023 financial year union budget. 1,47,000 crore they spend for cybersecurity, which is approximately 17 billion US dollar. Look at China, 86,800 crores, which is approximately 10 billion US dollar. And look upon the 5th largest economy, India, 1,900 crores, which is approximately $320 million. So this difference raised concern about India's cybersecurity's preparedness in an era of increasing cyber threats. So through this, I have some findings. Through this paper presentation, the government acknowledged the importance of cybersecurity as a vital component of national security and economic stability. The government focus is on modernizing digital infrastructure, enhancing threat detection, and improving response mechanisms. Deprioritization of funding in CCPWC, which could raise concern about protection against cyber crimes targeting vulnerable groups. So my suggestions to the Union Budget of 2025-26, despite of 19% rise in the allocation of cybersecurity spending, remains lower compared to the global benchmark. The government should gradually increase cybersecurity funding to match rising threats and technological advancement. The CERT funding further to enhance its real-time threats, intelligence, in incident response, ensure efficient deployment of allocation funds, tracking expenditure and project timeline. So finally, it's evident that cybersecurity is no longer just an option, but a necessary for digital empowered nation like India. While India has taken steps towards strengthening its cyber defense, our analysis highlights the significant gap in budget allocation when compared to global leaders like the United States and China. In the era where cyber threats evolve rapidly, ensuring adequate investment in cybersecurity is crucial, protecting national infrastructure, business, and individual privacy. Moving forward, India must adopt more strategic and proactive approach, balancing budgetary constraint with the urgent need for enhanced cyber resilience. Only then we can truly secure our digital frontier and build a cyber-safe future for all. So, with my deep sense of gratitude, I take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone who made this presentation possible, especially respected Chair Akhila ma'am for providing me with this platform to share my insights. And a special thanks to the e-conference team whose seamless organization and dedication have made this international event. And my heartfelt gratitude to St. Mary's College Puthanangadi for fostering an environment that encourages research, learning, and intellectual discourse. And your commitment to academic excellency and innovation continue to inspire students like me. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Vishnu. I appreciate your presentation. Your presentation style was very clear and you translated the idea very clearly. You felt very confident with your presentation. That's very good. And your presentation was clear. So I'd like to ask that there are some cyber threats that India faces nowadays.
Cyber?
Threats.
Threats. Yeah.
So does that have any influence on budget allocation?
Yeah, definitely. You know, when in my presentation, in the 2022-23 budget was only 30 crore Indian rupees. Now it's raised to 782 crores, which shows India the largest populated country, which have issues. So that's why the reason of the fund allocation became higher and higher. When you take the phone and call somebody, we'll get a notification, we get information from the government that these kind of issues are happening, cyber crimes are happening, and people are not aware of it. So government should invest more fund, and like I will say, government should pump more fund into cybersecurity, because people are, we are growing into a digital world, digital economy, digital cash, right? So everybody should aware of it, and government should more careful about it. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vishnu. Next, I'd like to call Jahana, PG student from the Department of Economics, St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi, on the topic COVID-19 pandemic and online learning, the opportunities in the Indian context. Jahana, unmute your mic and start your presentation.
Ma'am, audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Your
Respected Chair and dignitaries, I'm Jahana Shirin, pursuing MA Economics at St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi, and I'm honored to present our paper on COVID-19 pandemic and online learning, the opportunities in Indian context, on behalf of my group members, Risana and Sharanya. Next. As we know that COVID-19 has led great uncertainty in the world, especially in the field of education. Many educational institutions were temporarily shut down to help curb the spread of COVID-19 pandemic. Over 91% of students were not attending schools or colleges according to UNESCO. With these closed schools and lockdown in places, families were using technology to help their children to study, stay connected, and stay entertained. But not all children have the facility to stay safe online. During the COVID-19 pandemic, education is happening online with lessons shared through digital tools. Online learning is the best way to continue education during this time. This type of learning happening on internet is called e-learning. Government provide many programs such as Diksha, Swayam, PM eVidya aimed to bridge the gap and promote digital literacy. Next slide. The study focuses on the government policies during COVID-19 pandemic, especially regarding the shift to online learning. It examines the impact of digital education, the challenges faced by the students, which that they limit high-quality internet access and digital devices, and also compare pre- and post-pandemic education system. The study will explore the opportunities and barriers to online learning in India and its potential future role in education. Next slide. We can say that the positive impact online learning encourages more productive use of time, which keep individuals safe from pandemic situation like spread of COVID-19. Who are unable to spare a specific time to learn during lockdown can use the online recording and pursue their education. On the other hand, it may lead to laziness and may lack self-discipline. The atmosphere of a face-to-face meeting is lost, which the students lack the direct or face-to-face interaction between students and teachers. Next slide. We know that many educational institutions shut down to help the curb spread of COVID-19 pandemic. So, Government of India launched several initiatives to promote online learning, such as Swayam, Study Web Active Learning for Young Aspiring Minds, free online courses, Diksha, digital for knowledge sharing, a platform for teacher and students, e-content delivery through NROER, National Repository of Educational Resources, Pradhan Mantri eVidya, integrating TV, radio, and digital content, NPTEL, National Program on Technology Enhanced Learning, free technical courses, MHRDs, Ministry of Human Resource Development, virtual labs, and online exams to maintain assessment continuity. These initiatives aimed to provide accessible education across variable platforms during the pandemic. Next slide. From this data, we can understand students used various online learning platforms. 29.09% used Google Meet, 21.30% preferred Zoom, 23.8% relied on WhatsApp groups, 17.4% turned to YouTube, and 5.97% accessed school websites. Additionally, 2.85% of students used other resources. This shift highlights the diversity of digital tools adopted to support education during this crisis, reflecting varying level of accessibility and preference among students. Next slide. We found that Government of India launched and promoted various digital learning platforms to ensure uninterrupted education such as Diksha, Swayam, Swayamprabha, ePathshala, etc. Google Meet was the top choice for 30% of students. Zoom followed closely with 21.30% usage. WhatsApp groups were used by 23.8% of students for communication. 17.4% turned to YouTube for tutorials and self-paced learning. Only 5.97% of students accessed school websites for online learning. A small portion, 2.85%, explored other learning. Next slide. The suggestion is that online platform with enhanced safety and safeguarding measures, especially for virtual learning tools, should be ensured. The devices must have the latest software update and antivirus programs. Otherwise, the security of personal data may be compromised as one can hack the digital devices. High-speed internet connectivity should be ensured in order to improve smooth access for all, including learners of disadvantaged groups and low-income families. Schools should monitor good online behavior of children while conducting online classes. Teachers should receive proper training in online teaching strategies and digital tools to enhance the effectiveness of virtual learning. Stronger cybersecurity policies must be implemented in online learning platforms to protect students' data and prevent cyber threats. Interactive and engaging content should be prioritized to improve students' participation and reduce screen fatigue. Next. During the COVID-19 lockdown, online learning became essential to ensure education continued while maintaining social distancing. Internet access and smartphone usage increased in rural areas. The future will see continued innovation with emerging technologies like AI and 5G reshaping the online landscape. Not only that, even this webinar section we are conducting today is being implemented in a very comfortable manner. All of this has improved after COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Johanna. Your presentation was good. I appreciate your hard work you put in this study. Your findings are well supported with evidences. And do you think that after the post-pandemic period, after the post-COVID era, do students use online learning now also?
Yes.
Has it increased or?
Yes, increased.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Our next presenter is Badriya, PG student from the Department of Economics, St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi. The topic for the presentation is socio-economic impact of online gaming among youngsters. Badriya, please unmute your mic and start presenting.
I am audible, miss. Hello?
Yes, you are audible. You can start presenting now.
Respect chair and dignitaries, good afternoon. I am Badriya, pursuing MA Economics at St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi. I am honored to present our paper on socio-economic impact of online gaming among youngsters on behalf of my group member Sajila and Lubinashwari. Sir. In today's digital era, online game has become a major part of young people's life. It brings significant social and economic impact. Online gaming fosters global connections, teamwork, and communication skill, but can reduce face-to-face interactions and lead to cyberbullying and mental health issues. Gaming creates career opportunities in esports, streaming, and content creation, but in-game purchases and subscriptions can cause financial strain, especially for impulsive spenders. Next. The scope of the study is, this study explores the socio-economic impact of online gaming among youngsters, highlighting its effects on social behavior, mental health, academics, finances, and careers. It examined individuals aged 50 to 25 from diverse backgrounds, assessing the impact of online gaming on social relationships, mental health, academics, and time management. This study explored gaming communities' role in social interactions and identity, gaming-related spending, income opportunities in esports, streaming, financial burdens, and job prospects in the gaming industry. Sir, next please. There are so many implications for this study, but we can only focus economic and social and health impact. In economic impact, the positive side is a skill development that is enhanced digital literacy, strategic thinking, and teamwork, which can be useful for careers in IT, business, and marketing. At the same time, negative side is exploitation and scams like fraud and unethical monetization practices. As a social impact, we can say that through online gaming, we get new friends in different localities or countries. On other hand, youngsters face the problem of violent and addictive content. The health impact include cognitive skill enhancement, relief for stress, but there are some issues like insomnia and migraine, etc. Sir, next. We are conducting both secondary and primary data analysis. In secondary data, in India, online games are increasing every year. In 2023, there are 55 millions. They are increasing into 490 million in 2024. This was an 8% growth from that previous year. About 90 million of those gamers reportedly paid for online game that year. Sir, next. We are for supporting our study, we are also conducting primary data. This diagram shows that many of them playing game for entertainment and generating income or making new friends. Many of them playing e-games like esports and adventure. So next. There are some expenses for the e-players. This table presents the percentage distribution of expenses across different spending categories and amount ranges. In this case, in the case of recharge, there are 76.6% of expenses in the category fall in the 0 to 500 range. This means that mostly spending of internet recharge is very low. 10% fall in the 500 and 1000 range, and 13.33% fall in the above 1000 ranges. In medical expenses, 13.3% falling 0 to 500 ranges, and 63.33% falling 500 and 1000 ranges. 23.33% falling above 1000 ranges. So medical expenses, most of them coming from ranges 500 and 1000. Spending on game, in spending of game, 70% of gaming expense are in the range of 0 to 500 ranges. It means that most people spend small amount on game. Next is, the young players are faced some health issues like eyesight, migraine, aggression, depression, and insomnia. This table shows that among these issues, most of them face insomnia. Yes. We found out that they at least play online game for 1 to 2 hours on daily basis. Many of them facing health issues like migration, depression, eyesight, and also finding increase in insomnia level because of online gaming. Online gaming involves various expenses including medical costs, recharge or internet fees, and in-game spending. Most young people play online games for entertainment, while some to do generate income or make new friends. Next. So our suggestion is we should adopt a game that enhance youth abilities, making them more creative and imaginative, and support game that helps them to generate income. Take a regulatory break every 13 to 60 minutes to prevent eye strain and reduce screen time before bed for better sleep. Sir, next. So this study analyze and finding highlight both the advantage and disadvantage of online gaming. Youth are facing health issues like insomnia, eyesight, migraine, and depression. We have also observed that online gaming helps to develop young minds, making them smart through technology. The online players are increasing every year, especially after COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Badria. Your presentation was good. Your results are so fascinating. And it provided an idea about how gaming affect the young generation. I'd like to ask you that, do you believe gaming affects social skill of youngsters?
Yes, of course, because teamwork, and skills, communication skill development, and social interactions are also affected. English.
Good. So I'd like to suggest that you can also extend your study to the mental health issues that persons face through this online gaming in your next paper, okay?
Okay, Miss.
Okay, good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss.
Now, the last presenter of today's session is Farzana Parveen, PG student from the Department of English Language and Literature. She'll be presenting the paper on Human and Machine, a post-humanist analysis of technology and privacy in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Farzana, unmute your audio and share your screen.
Hi, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Farzana Parveen, postgraduate student, PG Department of English, St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi. And thank you for being here today. In this presentation, I'll be presenting a paper that explores the representation of technology and privacy in literature with a specific focus on Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. So I can share the slide. Is it okay?
Yeah, now it's visible. You can start presenting.
So I'm starting with my topic. Before that, I say that let's begin by examining how Shelley uses Frankenstein's monster as a metaphor for the dangers of disregarding the privacy and autonomy of both the created and created. So representation of, this was my topic, representation of technology and privacy in literature. And I titled this study as Human and Machine, a post-humanist analysis of technology and privacy in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. So moving to the introduction part, I would like to give a brief overview of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, the novel. So in Frankenstein, Mary Shelley explores the dangers of technology and the ways in which it can be used to create the monsters. So the novel is published in 1818, and it's a seminal work of science fiction that continues to captivate audiences with its thought-provoking themes and haunting narrative. And the novel includes many characters, and the protagonist was Victor Frankenstein, and the scientist who creates the monster. Victor Frankenstein is the scientist behind the creation, and he assembles the creature from the parts of diseased bodies and uses scientific methods to bring it to life. So after he creates such a creation, it comes to life and it starts to move and open its eyes, and Victor is horrified by its appearance and rejects it. And the rejection of the creature sets off the tragic chains of events in the story and leading to the monster's isolation and death. So moving to the next point, creature vs. creature, it's important in this fiction. The creature is an attempt to transcend human limits and achieve greatness. He wants to create such a monster out of his ambition, and he is horrified by his creation. His obsessive pursuit of knowledge and ambition leads to his downfall and causing immense tragedy for himself and those around him. So in the novel, There are more than 6 characters, including the monster and the characters closely related to the protagonist, Victor Frankenstein. And they are his father, mother, brother, fiancé, and his childhood friends like that. And from this, the 3 of them were killed by the monster that created by Victor. So, moving to the next, importance of technology and privacy in novel. He the protagonist made the creature out of his ambition and thought nothing about it more than creating it. And he lost his privacy after creating it because it follows him everywhere and start to destroy his family. It's only because of the unchecked scientific ambition of Victor Frankenstein. Challenging traditional notions of human identity means that here came the idea of human exceptionalism. We all know that the human exceptionalism is a belief that humans are unique and superior to other beings. But in case of this novel, Victor wants to take revenge upon the creator, but he can't, and helpless to save his loved ones and from his own creation. So moving to the next slide was the review of the literature titled Posthumanism and the Human-Machine Boundary. Posthumanism is a philosophical, it was a definition for the theory posthumanism. Posthumanism is a philosophical and cultural perspective that challenges traditional humanist ideas about the nature of humanity. And this questions the centrality of human beings in the world. Human invented machines, but now the machines dominating humans. We all are familiar with this topic because nowadays these are all happening in our world. That humans are the one who creates or invent machines, but now it starts to dominate humans and human beings are inferior or helpless in front of the creation. Victor's scientific ambition and the creature as a post-human figure. While analyzing the novel Frankenstein through a post-human lens, we clearly understand that the creature is a post-human figure, and because after its creation, the creator is nothing or the creature is everything. So it means creature is superior than the human beings who created it and starts to control its own creator. So the next was the scope of my studies. It was the exploration of technology and human identity. The study examines that how Frankenstein reflects the early concerns about the consequences of technological advances on human identity and the ethical dilemmas they present. Victor Frankenstein's creation of the monster represents the ambition of human mastery over nature. Questioning what it means to be human, and how technology can either enhance or disrupt the human experience. And the next was the privacy and autonomy. The concept of privacy could be explored in the study of how characters in Frankenstein experience violations of their personal autonomy. For an instance, Victor's manipulation of life through science leads to be a breakdown or natural boundaries and privacy, raising questions about the ethics of creation and control. The monster's lack of privacy in a social sense, being rejected by society and constantly surveilled, could be examined in relation to modern concerns about surveillance and personal boundaries. So the final point of the scope of the study is post-humanist perspective, view in a post-humanist perspective. That a post-humanist approach challenges traditional human-centered thinking. Like in our world, there is a traditional way of human, and post-humanist approach challenges the traditionality and its human-centered thinking, shifting focus to the broader implications of technology's role in reshaping humanity. The study would analyze Frankenstein as a precursor to post-humanist themes such as the blood boundaries between human and machines, the notion of the other, and how technology, in case of scientific creation, challenges the concept of natural humanity. Overall, the study integrate literary analysis with post-humanist philosophy to explore how Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, this novel, anticipates modern issues surrounding technology and privacy that emphasizing the complex relationship between the human and non-human and technological advancements. So the next slide was research methodology and theoretical foundations. In this slide, I present that the research methodology I used for this study is the textual analysis of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, published in 1818. And the second point, my beautiful dreams changed into nightmare. This was the point I directly quoted from the text itself, because overall the story is carried in this particular sentence, because my beautiful dreams changed into nightmare. Here, my beautiful dreams represent that the dreams or the ambition of the protagonist Victor Frankenstein, and here the nightmare creature is addressed as the nightmare. So overall, this ambition from Victor is leading him to create such a creation, and it's become a nightmare for his own life. And the theoretical framework I used for this study is post-humanism theory. And post-humanism, the novel raises the questions. Post-humanism is the theory. Through the post-humanist theory, we can understand that how the creature represents a new human entity that challenges traditional notions of human identity and privacy. And the novel raises questions about nature of human identity and what it means to be a human. While having a look on the theory of anthropocentrism, like in the idea or the concept of anthropocentrism, it gives importance to human, or considering human as the center of all. But moving to this theory, post-human theory, the theory focuses on decentering human subject and applying it into the novel Frankenstein. It gives a voice to the creature or the monster created by the protagonist Victor. So these were the findings of my study. Double-edged weapon. Through this point, I mean that technology as a double-edged weapon, it indicates that it have both positive and negative sides. We all know that all have both positive and negative sides. So here also, these have double-edged weapon. I mean that both positive and negative sides. Victor's creation of the creature embodies the potential and peril of technological advancement and his ambition to conquer.
Sorry, please conclude your presentation in a minute, okay?
Okay, ma'am. So these all were the findings, and human isolation and privacy, reconfiguring humanity. And moving to the conclusion part, contemporary hot topic, the machines start to conquer human. This concluding part, the machines are started to conquer human, that the purpose of the study is to check there is an impact of technology over human in our 21st century or the contemporary period. We all are lived in a technologically and scientifically developing world, and the technology play a great role in our life, and the inventors, without checking its consequence, once work against us. And the role of literature in representing technology and privacy is literature have a great role in it, because in our contemporary world, the topic representation of technology and privacy have a great relevance. And the book that published in 1818 was discussing the same, and through the novel, the writer Mary Shelley clearly portrays and danger of unchecked inventions and importance of responsible innovations. The inventors should be responsible to check the consequences and need to invent useful creations. So the final part of my conclusion was role of technology in human privacy. In the novel, the creator plays a role in between the privacy of the creator, and in nowadays we all are using mobile phones and other things to store our private data by believing it's a private place, but we all are monitoring by others or a third party. So I conclude my words by saying that it's time to realize we all are monitoring. So thank you for your valuable attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Farzana. Your presentation was good. You put on your effort to make a paper like this. I appreciate your hard work, but it was better if you stick on to the time.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am.
So it was the last presentation of the day. And the session is complete. And I'd like to conclude the session. It's my pleasure to conclude this paper presentation session on the themes of cybersecurity, digital economy, cyber identities, and post-humanism. We have had the privilege to listen to insightful presentations that have shed light on the complex intersection of technology, humanity, and society. From the critical examination of power dynamics in Altered Carbon to the post-humanist analysis of technology and privacy in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, our presentation has challenged us to think critically about the implications of emerging technologies on our world. We have also explored the impact of social media on entrepreneurship, the socioeconomic effects on online gaming, and the importance of cybersecurity in India's digital economy. These discussions have highlighted the need for interdisciplinary approach to understand the complex issues arising from the increasing digital lives. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to our presenters for their thought-provoking papers and to the audience for their patient listening. The discussion shed light onto the understanding on various critical issues. As we conclude this session, I encourage you all to continue exploring the complex relationship between the technology, humanity, and society. Let us work together to foster a culture of critical thinking, interdisciplinary collaboration, and inclusive dialogues. Thank you once again, and I wish you all a very wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have come to the end of the paper presentation session. A huge thanks to all our presenters for your dedication and hard work in bringing forth such valuable research. Your contributions are truly commendable. And we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Shaya, Ms. Aguilar, for time, feedback, and encouragement. Thank you once again, ma'am. We will now break for the lunch. We kindly request everyone to return on time and join us for the upcoming valedictory session at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.